Chapter 6. Orchestration. Stephen Schwartz prepared piano vocal scores for each number in Wicked, the standard for most Broadway composers who have not as a group tended to orchestrate their own shows. Arranging the music for pit orchestra has always been considered a specialty, partly because it is time-consuming and requires a large base of knowledge. In addition, Schwartz and other members of his profession usually find themselves too involved with preparing musical revisions and consulting on other aspects of a show's creation to have time to prepare the orchestrations. Few Broadway composers possess the knowledge and experience to be an effective orchestrator, who should have intimate knowledge of each musical instrument that might be used in a pit orchestra. In terms of range, what each instrument does well and what types of writing for each should be avoided, and how to employ special effects on each instrument. An orchestrator also should understand how an instrument blends with other members of the same instrument family and other possible combinations in a pit orchestra, what instrumental combinations effectively support certain voice types, and how one scores effectively for the varied musical styles that might appear in a single score, such as rock, jazz, Latin, gospel, funk, traditional Broadway sounds and other styles. One can learn some of the basics of such knowledge in a music school, but real expertise develops through years of experience working with various musical ensembles as a musician, copyist, arranger, or conductor. Such tasks function as an apprentice system for Broadway orchestrators who also often work in film, television, and other types of commercial music. The arcane nature of the field has made orchestration one of the least understood of the specialties brought together to create a Broadway musical. Few audience members either know or care about the best range for an oboe solo or what artificial harmonics from the string section can add to a special musical moment, and perhaps few listeners would know if a song were well orchestrated, but Broadway professionals know the difference, and orchestration is a major expense in a show's budget. Scholars of theatrical music have started to shed more light on the process of orchestration, including George Ferencz, with his work on the most famous of Broadway orchestrators, Robert Russell Bennett, and Stephen Susskind, whose The Sound of Broadway Music, a book of orchestrators and orchestrations, approaches the subject during the so-called Golden Age of the Broadway musical. Robert Russell Bennett learned his craft by playing violin and trumpet from a young age, playing cornet professionally in his father's band from the age of 10, gigging over the years on piano, trumpet, trombone, violin and organ in various musical ensembles, studying with such figures as Carl Busch and Nadia Boulanger, and working professionally in the theatre from virtually the moment he moved to New York City in 1916.4, he helped orchestrate over 300 shows, including many of the most famous of the Golden Age. His long-time association with lyricist Oscar Hammerstein II was a major factor in his Broadway career, and he often worked with Jerome Kern and Richard Rodgers. His influence in the field is substantial. Susskind provides statements from some famous orchestrators about the actual duties of their profession. Don Walker, primary orchestrator for Carousel, The Music Man, Fiddler on the Roof, and many other shows, called his art the clothing of musical thought, in the colours of musical instruments and/or voices. He divided the musical tasks for realising a score, composing, or producing the basic themes of a composition, arranging, placing those, themes into the desired form and orchestrating, or making the arrangement fit the size and composition of whatever orchestral combination has been selected. 6. Often the composer and the arranger are the same person. Richard Rodgers, Leonard Bernstein and Stephen Schwartz are examples of Broadway composers who also usually prepared arrangements for their songs, providing a piano-vocal score that included the vocal melody and an appropriate accompaniment for keyboard. Bennett saw his duties as being to take the composer's work and put his melodies into shape for a performance in the theatre. He thought the orchestrator had to become part of him, the part that is missing. This leaves room for the orchestrator to play varied roles in finishing the music for a show, and it is certain that at times those duties included those more often associated with the composer, especially those who could not provide a fully arranged piano-vocal score. Irving Berlin, an utterly ingenious songwriter, was not an educated musician, requiring aid to write down his melodies. His own taste and ear had the final say on what a song sounded like, but Berlin could not have assisted with orchestration. One might compare Berlin to Leonard Bernstein, who orchestrated his own concert music and could have written his own Broadway orchestrations, but he instead consulted with his orchestrators because there was not time during the pre-production period for him to be part of the main creative team and do the orchestrations. Many composers make suggestions to an orchestrator. How Stephen Schwartz worked with William David Brown on Wicked is described below, but usually the act of deciding which instrument plays what on a particular tune is the work of the orchestrator. 2 Broadway composers known to have usually done their own orchestrations were Victor Herbert and Kurt Weill. Susskind believes that Herbert's scores must have undergone changes by assistants in the hectic weeks before a show opened, and he suggests that Weill did his own orchestrations somewhat out of financial need, and that the resulting merciless work schedule might have helped cause his fatal heart attack at a fairly young age. What makes the orchestration schedule of a show so demanding? The orchestrator cannot start a job until the piano, vocal arrangements are ready, and the song has been routined by the director and cast and rehearsed. Composers, lyricists, and book writers typically prepare a pre-rehearsal score and script, but all content is negotiable during the rehearsal period. Songs are transposed, revised, and thrown out, and new songs appear that were not even conceived before rehearsals started. Most orchestrating, therefore, must be done in the last weeks or days before a show opens, and some will be redone as numbers get altered late in the process. The orchestration might be accomplished in unspeakably long days and through lonely nights, with several copyists to prepare parts after the score has been written. Dance music is not usually written until rehearsals have started, and usually by a dance arranger, not the composer. The dance music also requires orchestration. It is no small wonder that Susskind documents the principal orchestrator and assistants for many shows, and often names other musicians who performed uncredited work. Bennett, for example, did very few shows by himself. Susskind consulted business invoices for the orchestrations that exist for Bennett shows from after 1946. And in that long list, the only show that Bennett did by himself was The Sound of Music, and that was because Rodgers made it a point to get every song done in time for Bennett to be able to do the job. Schwartz has stated more than once that his first choice for the orchestrator of Wicked was William David Brown, who worked in that capacity on Ragtime, a score that Schwartz greatly admires. However, in Schwartz's Summer 2002 update on his website, he announced that Danny Trube would orchestrate the show. Trube had worked on the Disney film Pocahontas, for which Schwartz wrote the lyrics to Alan Menken's music, and Schwartz has stated how much he learned about writing for orchestra while working on the Disney films. Obviously, however, Trube did not work on Wicked, and Schwartz offered the job to Brown, who accepted it on the first telephone call from the composer-lyricist. Brown has had a long career on Broadway, as can be seen in Text Box 6-1, which lists his Broadway credits. Born in Michigan in 1933, Brown studied double bass and conducting at Michigan State University and New England Conservatory. His conducting teachers included Leopold Stokowski. Brown played in a number of orchestras and in the 1960s started directing ballet orchestras and tours of musicals. In 1966, he was associate conductor of the show Boat Revival at Lincoln Center. He started to orchestrate for Broadway in the 1970s, and he has also worked extensively on incidental music for plays, television, films, and arrangements for recordings by such singers as Mandy Patinkin and Frederica von Stade, and he has also written original music. Textbox 6.1 Broadway Orchestrations by William David Brown. Gone with the Wind, additional orchestrations. Rodgers and Hart, additional orchestrations. Rockabye Hamlet, additional orchestrations. Timbuktu, additional orchestrations. King of Hearts, orchestrator. Brigadoon, orchestrator. Marilyn, an American Fable, orchestrator. The Three Musketeers, additional orchestrations. Wind in the Willows, orchestrator. The Boys in Autumn, orchestrated incidental music for play. Jerome Robbins Broadway, orchestrated with Sid Ramin. Miss Saigon, orchestrator. The Secret Garden, orchestrator. Crazy for You, orchestrator. The Red Shoes, orchestrated with Sid Ramin. Carousel, orchestrator. Showboat, new orchestrations. Ragtime, orchestrator. High Society, orchestrator. Minnelli on Minnelli, orchestrator. Sweet Smell of Success, orchestrator. Oklahoma, additional orchestrations. Wicked, orchestrator. Mary Poppins, orchestrator. Curtains, orchestrator. Ragtime, orchestrator and arranger. Text box 6-1 demonstrates that Brown, like most Broadway orchestrators, has a large range. He has worked on a number of revivals of Golden Age musicals with scores by Kern, Rodgers and Frederick Loewy, and in Jerome Rodgers Broadway, he orchestrated the music of a number of significant Broadway composers active from the 1940s through the 1960s. His work on the revue Rodgers and Hart involved their songs from musical comedies of the 1920s to 1940s, and Timbuktu was an African-American version of the musical Kismet, based on the music of 19th-century Russian composer Alexander Borodin. Miss Saigon, The Secret Garden and Ragtime provide a wide palette of musical styles. Miss Saigon has a pop-based score. The Secret Garden is grounded in English folk music, and Ragtime is a mixture of musical styles cultivated in the United States before World War I. Minnelli on Minnelli and Curtains made Brown work in the big band style that dominated Broadway scoring in the 1930s and 1940s, among other styles. At this writing, Brown is simultaneously represented on Broadway and in the West End by Wicked and Mary Poppins, making him one of the more prominent orchestrators working today. Brown came to Wicked fairly late in the show's creation, and there are two other musical collaborators that must be acknowledged first because they had a significant impact on the show's instrumental sound. Schwartz's closest associate in preparing the score for Wicked was Stephen Oremus, a major figure in musical theatre performance as conductor and music supervisor. He majored in film scoring at the Berklee School of Music, but he has pursued his career in theatre music. He has simultaneously served as music supervisor for Wicked and Avenue Q, which means that he has conducted extensively on Broadway and has travelled to a number of cities to teach these shows to new casts and musicians. His association with Wicked began at the initial reading of the first act in September 2000, and he played piano at every subsequent reading and then conducted the show for its first year on Broadway. He was with Schwartz through most of the writing process, assisting in many capacities as he learned the composer's taste and methods. Schwartz usually prepared a full piano accompaniment for a song, but at times he was in too much of a hurry and wrote out only a lead sheet. Schwartz played each song for Oremus, who prepared his accompaniments from that model. Schwartz has traditionally done his own vocal arrangements, but Oremus learned his style and prepared drafts of some that Schwartz would edit. A favourite aspect for Oremus about Wicked is Schwartz's synthesis of varied musical styles. He felt comfortable working with Schwartz and believes that he has a special understanding of his music. I've been a big fan of his work for many, many years, so I knew there was kind of a pop undercurrent in all of the music that he wrote. So it helped that I had been working on a lot of new and modern works like Andrew Lipper's Wild Party and Tick, Tick, Boom. I really got to do a lot of rock-pop arranging. 23. In our interview, Oremus offered useful thoughts about Wicked concerning the orchestra and other matters, and he described his work as music supervisor. He spoke about the sound worlds that he helped Schwartz create for Wicked, combining the grandiosity of the big MGM musical with pop and otherworldly elements, along with music for specific characters, such as the Wizard. Oremus and Alex Lacamoire, who also assisted Schwartz with the score as assistant music director, worked out the pop elements and did the arranging for the rhythm section, which includes 2 guitars, bass, drums, and most of the material for the 3 keyboards. They accomplished this during the summer of 2003, between the run in San Francisco and the previews in New York. Given the pop sensibility of much of the score, Oremus and Lacamoire contributed significantly to what one hears from the pit. Oremus and Lacamoire also assisted with vocal arranging and incidental music, with Oremus specialising in the former and Lacamoire in the latter. Oremus notes that Schwartz either wrote or approved every note in the score. Oremus reports that it was never their intention to copy any existing musical styles in their pop scoring, but to create a hybrid of various styles, somewhat unlike what the audience might expect to hear, to help serve this other world of Oz that the entire creative team intended to evoke. They worked in Schwartz's studio, with both Oremus and Lacamoire playing keyboards, and Lacamoire also working on guitar, and they also brought in another guitarist and used synthesized drum sounds, trying to show how the songs could be expanded in a pop sense. Oremus remembers that they worked out 5 or 6 songs as recorded demonstrations and scores for guitars, bass, drums and keyboard parts, and presented them to Schwartz and Brown, who gave them notes. From there, the collaboration continued to develop until the orchestrations were complete, what Oremus describes as a fluid process, with every element dependent upon the needs of the story. Oremus cites as an example of this rich collaboration the third keyboard part played on a synthesizer, which Brown largely used to augment the string sound, but Oremus and Lackamoire also made a number of suggestions that sound there. As the show's music supervisor, Oremus has taken part in many aspects of the preparations, such as cast auditions, choosing orchestral members and designing orchestral placement in a theatre, rehearsing the chorus and other tasks. Of the show's roles, he believes that Elphaba is the most challenging to sing. It is also the hardest role to cast because it requires considerable acting ability. He has found it easier to cast Galinda, but she must be more than just a funny soprano who can belt, because the character becomes more complex as the show progresses. Oremus states that the chorus parts in Wicked are demanding because the ensemble sings in a variety of styles while having to play college students at Shiz, Angry Ozians and other roles. Oremus notes, the piece is far more complex than people really understand, both musically and dramatically. Everything that we've done musically has been to serve the story. 29. In auditions, Oremus has observed that the talent pool is deepest in the United States, with different circumstances in London, Australia and Japan, but he emphasises that they have found good casts everywhere that the show has been mounted. He has worked with local music directors to hire musicians and to rehearse the cast and orchestra. Oremus insists that new music directors experience the show first-hand as they learn it. In the winter of 2008, for example, Oremus resumed conducting the New York production so that the Australian conductor could experience the show with him, and from there he sent the new conductor to observe in London. During one of my discussions with Schwartz, Brown was in his apartment for work on the orchestration of Seance on a wet afternoon, allowing a discussion with both on their work on Wicked and Seance. Schwartz spoke with admiration about the sounds that Brown produces from a limited Broadway orchestra. I could say to him for the beginning of the second act of Wicked, for example, I'd like it to feel like the opening of the fourth act of Boris Godunov. I don't know exactly what Mussorgsky is using there, but that's what this section feels like to me. And he would say, oh, that's high piccolos, and somehow achieve that effect using our orchestra. Brown recalls that the process of orchestration for Wicked was close to the Broadway norm, with the exception that Oremus and Alex Lackamoire first worked out the parts for the rhythm section. He took what had been written for the rhythm section and then produced the remainder of the orchestration from the piano vocal score. Brown admits that he would not have been on the top of the list that people call when they're looking for a pop orchestrator, causing more of a two-way street between the collaborators. 32. Another area that Schwartz and Brown discussed was the use of synthesizers in the show. There are 3 in the pit on Broadway, including one that is part of a special conventional piano that is also MIDI-capable and can be played as a synthesizer. Andy Barrett programmed the synthesizers. Brown remembers that he took copious notes in his 2 sessions with Barrett. Brown thinks that the way they use synthesizers in Wicked has helped to produce a new Broadway sound, Schwartz believes that the new element is the way they have combined synthesizers and the guitars with the remainder of the orchestra. The composer does not like to use a synthesizer to imitate acoustic instruments, but often in Wicked they must enhance the sounds of the strings or brass. Elsewhere, however, Schwartz states that the synthesizers are there to be synthesizers and make those effect-laden sounds that are specifically designed for the synthesizer. I'm a particular fan of sparkly Roland sounds, for instance. 35 comments on the way synthesizers have been incorporated in the Wicked Orchestra will be part of the following analysis. Made possible by the rare opportunity to consult the full score produced for the original cast recording. The orchestra for Wicked is largest in the New York City production, where there are 23 musicians. In the pit there are 2 violins, a viola, a cello, 2 trumpets, 2 trombones, 2 horns, 4 reeds, 3 keyboards, 2 guitars, a bass, and a drummer, with another percussionist and harp player located in their own rooms elsewhere in the theatre. In most theatres where Wicked has run, it has been necessary to displace some musicians from the pit because of the lift in the centre of the stage that raises Elphaba during defying gravity. In the Broadway production, they discovered that they could not get enough sound out of the harp when it was in the pit. It required separation from the remainder of the instruments so that they could boost its volume through the soundboard. The orchestra in San Francisco included an electro-acoustic harp, but the player they wanted in New York worked only on acoustic harp. The international and touring productions of Wicked at first used 18 musicians, including 1 more synthesizer. Oremus spoke about the smaller orchestra. We just lost a couple of things. The orchestral reduction is a fine representation of what we did initially, and it would take your layman many hours of listening to really discern the difference. We made sure that everything was very, very carefully reduced so that the show's sound is still represented well. A modern, if less desirable, twist on the show's orchestra occurred in Osaka. The show's accompaniment was pre-recorded and the production functioned without a conductor. A trained technician coordinated the use of digital loops of amps and started the accompaniment of a song at the right moment. Oremus reports that some Japanese theatres do not have pits, and they have pioneered this technology. This was after the 18-member orchestra had been used in the Tokyo production, and the cast recorded a Japanese cast album with a live orchestra, including expanded string sections. 1. Suskin provides useful descriptions of typical instruments that one finds in a pit orchestra, noting musical tasks that work well on particular instruments and citing examples in the Broadway repertory. Given his extensive coverage, our introduction to the pit orchestra will be limited to identification of the families of instruments and the most common members of each that Broadway orchestrators often use. In the parlance of commercial music, the woodwind family is the reeds, a category that includes the flute despite its lack of a reed. The most common reeds in pit orchestras include the flute, the B-flat clarinet, the oboe, the saxophone, and the bassoon. Musicians who play reeds often perform on more than one. They earn more for doubling, and few pit orchestras have more than 4 or 5 woodwind specialists. An orchestrator usually will prepare parts for several instruments in each book, with the musician playing that book responsible for each instrument. A brass section in a pit will usually include 1 or more of the following instruments: trumpets, French horns, trombones, and sometimes a tuba. The string section in the pit has shrunk over the years, especially with the advent of the synthesizer, often used to produce string sounds. Shows with a string section draw from the violin, viola and cello. The string bass is a member of the rhythm section. The harp is another stringed instrument that appears in pits, but it has become less common over the years. Possible doublings for strings include one musician playing violin and viola, or a violinist who also plays mandolin or electric violin. The rhythm section includes keyboard instruments, drums and other percussion, bass string instruments and plucked string instruments, forming a crucial part of almost any pit orchestra in any period, but especially for more recent musicals using popular music. Keyboards today might include acoustic piano or synthesizer, but in the past the electric piano might have been present. Synthesizers dominate some modern pit orchestras, providing timbres from every section and sound effects. The combination of drums and cymbals, usually called a trap set, is found in most pit orchestras, but there might be any number of other percussion instruments as well, sometimes played by a second percussionist. A bass player might use an acoustic string bass, an electric bass with frets, or a fretless electric bass, depending upon the desired timbres and effects. All three appear in Wicked, as will be described below. The choice of guitars and other plucked string instruments again depends upon the desired sounds, but electric guitars and various acoustic instruments are possible, as well as the banjo and mandolin. The Wicked Orchestra on Broadway embraced a wide palette of instruments played by the 23 musicians that would make possible everything from an approximation of a symphony orchestra to a variety of popular sounds, such as the bubblegum rock of Popular and the disco-inspired sound of the Ozdust Ballroom in Dancing Through Life. Brown employed the bases for the Broadway Pit Orchestra as it had existed for decades. In addition to the modern rhythm section, he wrote 4 reed books. The first is for a flutist who plays 5 instruments: standard C flute, piccolo, alto flute in G, alto recorder and penny whistle. The second reed book is for an oboist who also plays English horn and bass oboe. The latter, also known as a baritone oboe, is a large oboe that sounds 1 octave lower than the written pitch and has a range 1 octave lower than the conventional oboe. It seldom appears in any instrumental ensembles, but Brown makes frequent use of it in Wicked. Considering the dearth of saxophones in the score, he might have turned to it as another available sound from the reeds that could be produced by the oboist. The third and fourth reed books for Wicked are spread more generally among the woodwind family. The third is for a clarinetist who plays the B-flat clarinet, E-flat soprano clarinet, bass clarinet, and soprano saxophone. All 3 of the clarinets make frequent appearances, and the soprano saxophone is used in a few places for its bright, rich colour. The fourth book is indicated throughout the score as bassoon, with the 4 other woodwinds marked in as needed: baritone saxophone, clarinet, bass clarinet and flute. This musician plays bassoon and baritone saxophone frequently, serves as one of the 2 clarinets when needed, and plays flute when the flutist is already playing. It is unusual for a Broadway score to include no alto or tenor saxophones, and there are several numbers in Wicked where no saxophones play. Brown's general conception of the reeds is more orchestral than one sometimes hears out of a Broadway pit. The brass parts include far less variety. The 2 horns are sometimes muted and also played while stopped with the right hand, Both trumpet players also play flugelhorn in several numbers, and Brohn calls for a wide variety of mutes used to change the timbre. The two trombones are also at times muted. The percussion section for Wicked includes an amazing variety of instruments. The following list was taken from a document in Schwartz's office that included the instrumentarium for the sake of percussionists provisioning the show outside. Of New York, 2 26-inch timpani with gauges, glockenspiel, Grandcassa, crotales, Mark Tree, vibraphone, bell, tree, mounted ratchet, xylophone, 2 suspended cymbals, large tam-tam, chimes, finger cymbals, triangles, congas with smaller, bongos as an adequate substitute if there are space problems, small rain stick, 8 shakers, small box shaker, large box shaker, caxixi, an African talking drum, sleigh bells, flextone, a go-go bell, 3 gorge shakers, frame drum, bulb horn, siren, slide whistle, bell, plain, tambourines, highwood, small cricket, shell maraca, shell wind chimes, small Indian bells, tin maraca, shaman rattle, vils, thick ethnic finger cymbals, nut shaker, 1 Tibetan goat bell, 2 singing bowls, wooden bowl, a plug's percussion trine, sandpaper blocks, waterphone, with bass bow, bird flappers, various lengths of balsa strips, wand, ankle bells, new trattles, and an arrangement of magic tinkle sounds. Stephen Oremus reports that Gary Seligson and Andy Jones both played major roles in developing the wide variety of percussion sounds in the score. Seligson was especially important in establishing the groove for each song, and Jones was effective in finding unusual sounds. Schwartz and Brohn commented on how they broke new ground in the ways that this orchestration mixes guitars and synthesizers with the remainder of a pit orchestra. Since they worked on the scoring for the rhythm section, Oremus and Lacamore were part of this process. Full evaluation of how guitars have fit into the Broadway pit goes well beyond the scope of this study, but the variety of sounds and effects desired from the 2 guitarists in Wicked is remarkable. The first guitarist plays electric guitar, 6-string acoustic guitars, both with nylon strings and steel strings, banjo and mandolin. The second guitarist plays electric, 6-string acoustics with both types of strings, 12-string acoustic and banjo. Possible timbres are multiplied on each of these instruments by playing with fingers or various types of picks, often identified in the score. Many other effects are notated as well, including such possibilities as the ebow, the sequoia, and rock's famous power chords. Guitars sound as melodic and chordal instruments in the score in a large variety of textures. As noted above, the first keyboard player in the pit performs on a conventional piano that is attached to a synthesizer, and 2 other keyboardists play synthesizers. The programming for the electronic instruments was a huge job because they each produce a wide array of sounds, from the recognizably electronic to timbres intended to reinforce an acoustic family of instruments, such as the brass or the strings, as well as sounds intended to augment the percussion section, the latter including celesta and sometimes mallet percussion instruments. There are combinations of sounds that occur more than once in the score and earned their own moniker, such as Glinda's suitcase, and many other effects notated in the score, some of which will be named in the following analysis. The piano also doubles various instruments and takes on a variety of roles, but it is not often an individualistic sound in the pit orchestra. The orchestra includes a string quartet, 2 violins, a viola, and a cello. Even by amplifying these instruments through a soundboard and doubling them with a synthesizer set on a string stop, Brohn could not produce a symphonic string sound from such a small section, but there are many sounds provided by the strings. They remain the best choice for certain types of melodies, such as the cello sound associated with the unlimited motive, made louder by doubling with synthesizer and other instruments. Rapid violin scales are a time-honoured way to build excitement into a new section of a song, especially during a modulation, and string harmonics are among the eeriest sounds in the orchestra. As will be shown in the following analysis, Brohn uses his small string section to good advantage throughout Wicked. At one point, Brohn had scored for electric violin in As Long as You're Mine, but he later changed the line to the acoustic instrument, and there is no further use of electric violin. The bass player plays 3 different instruments: string bass, Fender bass, and fretless bass. The string bass, often called the stand-up bass, can fit well with the string quartet, but the player often plucks it for the sound commonly heard in jazz and other types of vernacular music. The Fender bass has been standard in many types of popular music since its appearance in the middle of the 20th century. Jaco Pastorius, bass player with Weather Report, introduced the fretless bass, which offers a different timbre than a bass with frets because a finger stops the strings rather than a fret. Stephen Oremus reports that Schwartz was especially interested in the appearance of a fretless bass in the score. The orchestral score includes identification of the desired type of bass at any given moment. Susskind provides some analysis of orchestration, describing 2 pieces, each by several of the most important Golden Age orchestrators. Going through each number and describing how the orchestration changes, sometimes drawing attention to an especially satisfying moment. The analysis below of the orchestration of Wicked has been based to an extent on Susskind, with adjustments in terms of details and leaving out repetitious material. The main intention here is to comment on Brohn's major instrumental focus for a song and to mention the most interesting moments of orchestration. Sometimes these telling moments demonstrate an attempt to paint in music what is happening in the text, and other times it is simply an interesting sound or timbre. As noted above, the score consulted for this study was from the recording session for the original cast recording of Wicked, but in places it turned out to be different than what is on the recording, usually with entrances for 1 or more instruments cut, perhaps when the orchestration in a particular moment was too loud for the singer, or so that another, more important line could be heard. The analyses below of each number are cued to time indices on the OCR, so that the reader might hear what is described. The opening track, No One Mourns the Wicked, includes different sections that Brohn approaches with varied effects. A fascinating sound emerges at 0 feet 19 inches, where the orchestra provides machine-like patterns for the gears that the monkeys turn at the opening of the show. Brohn produced this with repeated, rapid figures in high woodwinds and first keyboard, clicks in the first guitar, plucking in the violins and harp, and a high wood effect in the percussion. A shimmer accompanies the unlimited motive. Brohn starts that effect at 0 feet 34 inches, with the rapid alternation between 2 notes in the flute and clarinet parts, 16th notes in the harp, the second keyboard on a sparkling Rhodes setting, and tremolo in the upper strings. The unlimited theme enters at 0 feet 39 inches in first horn, both trombones, viola, cello, third keyboard marked celli, joined by first trumpet at 0 feet 44 inches. A quick, satisfying effect takes place at 1 foot 12 inches, where the choir declares the Witch of the West is dead, followed immediately by a boom from the large bass drum, the bass drum in the trap set, and a low tone cluster on the first keyboard. The following long notes in the choir on Dead News include an active rhythmic accompaniment from all winds. Glinda's first vocal entrance is accompanied by an orchestral shimmer built from vibraphone, guitar one with an E-bow, and tremolo in the second and third keyboards and strings. When she sings You Know Who, the vibraphone and piano imitate her melody during her rest, maintaining the high sounds associated with Glinda as she plays her public persona. Just before the choir starts, No One Mourns the Wicked, Glinda is accompanied by a chord in the full orchestra as she reaches her climax, soaring up to an A 3 times. Brown then changes the sound completely with fuller scoring, ominous notes in bells and chimes, a rock beat in the trap set, melodic doubling in instruments, and heavy use of guitar. An effect perhaps added at the recording session, it is not in the score, is harp glissando, just as Glinda sings and goodness knows, at a modulation, a common effect in commercial music. A major break in the number takes place at 3 feet 38 inches, where Glinda starts to tell Elphaba's story. A harp glissando leads into the brief waltz sung by Elphaba's parents before Frex leaves. The waltz is set up by downbeats in the bass and accompaniment by 2 guitars, and then single instruments double the vocal lines with a counter-melody in the English horn, providing an innocent sound before Malena admits her lover. The musical seduction mandates a major change in timbre, and similar sounds return in the Wizard's later numbers. Brown uses trombones, appropriate percussion effects, one of the guitarists on banjo, and fillers on bass clarinet. The third keyboard for 2 bars plays a bass line marked slightly woozy tuba. There are other short doublings of the vocal line in instruments such as the xylophone, one of several novelty effects that lend a vaudeville-like sound. Brown raises the energy level in the birth scene with constant eighth notes in the bassoon and cello pizzicato, and he pulls out all of the stops when the midwife and Frex discover the baby's colour, with glissandi in the piccolo, clarinet, horns, first trombone, banjo and second keyboard, and a chromatic run in the cello. The loud chord in the next measure, as the voices scream "ah," includes wild glisses in the harp. As the singers report Elphaba's colour in eighth notes, Brown brings in the brass and bassoon to double on the word unnaturally, which sets up effectively the loud chord on green. The voices strike it first, and in the second half of the measure, much of the orchestra enters. The heavy orchestration for the remainder of the number is similar to what was heard earlier in No One Mourns, but now with 2 electric guitars and a strong rock beat in the drums. In the last minute of the first track of the OCR, one can hear how Brown layered the full orchestra over the rock sound that Remus and Lackamoire provided in the rhythm section. The musical segment in the score called Elphaba's Entrance Sounds on the OCR at the beginning of track 2, Dear Old Shiz. Brown opens with a moment that sounds like Stravinsky or Debussy, with arpeggios in the clarinet, harp and second. keyboard, and a descending quarter note motive in various woodwinds and strings, and a number of bell sounds in the percussion. The alma mater is sung without accompaniment. The Wizard and I opens with more than a minute of recitative as Madame Morrible predicts a future that Elphaba craves and the main character responds. Browne varies the typical chordal accompaniment of such a section by opening with a brass chorale and some woodwinds, and the strings gradually become more involved. The percussion offers metallic sounds for contrast and punctuation. Elphaba's first verse of the tune starts at 1 foot 16 inches with constant eighth notes in the first guitar and a strong bass line in the second keyboard marked bright, sunny Rhodes and Fender bass, and a shimmer from upper strings and the third keyboard. Browne gradually adds more parts, including several instruments jumping in with the dominant rhythm at the end of the verse to propel the song into the next verse as Elphaba holds a long note on I. The second verse has a similar accompaniment, but with a more active bass line and a stronger rock beat in the guitars. It is also an occasion in the score with the use of sequoia, here in the first electric guitar part from 2 feet 03 inches to 2 feet, 45 inches in a series of instrumental fill-ins, some doubled by harp and second keyboard, set on high shimmer. At 2 feet 46 inches, Elphaba begins her fantasy about how the wizard might change her colouring to something more conventional in sung declamation that approaches recitative. Browne changes the orchestral sound with sparkling eighth notes in the alto flute, clarinet and second keyboard, a little bass line, and metallic sounds from the mark tree. Other instruments join as notable variety ensues in the orchestration, while Elphaba dreams, with a special effect under the word degreenify, glissandi in the second trombone, and timpani and tremolo in the strings. The guitar sound returns at 3 feet 18 inches as Elphaba imagines that she agrees to the wizard's fanciful procedure, and the song feels more like the 2 verses she has already sung. At 3 feet 35 inches, where Elphaba has her unlimited vision, there is a sound called magical shimmer in the third keyboard, along with 16th note arpeggios in the harp, piano, and upper strings. The unlimited theme that Elphaba sings is doubled by electric guitars, with the second guitar marked sitar-like sound, referring to the amplified, plucked string instrument from India. The shimmer stops at 3 feet 54 inches as Elphaba sings. It sounds truly crazy, followed by orchestral chords, and then, at 4 feet 11 inches, where Elphaba sings her long note on me before the final, exhilarating verse, there is a crescendo. In the orchestra, with rhythmic chords in the winds, 16ths in the upper strings, brass, and a rock beat in the drums. The whole orchestra plays at 4 feet 20 inches with counter melodies, held chords, and driving quarter notes that are very heavy in the bass and drums. When Elphaba sings a steam at 4 feet 42 inches, Browne adds exhilarating 16th notes in the strings. Many instruments play the melody in the last 2 measures, dominated by the first trumpet in a high register. Schwartz often speaks of the fact that he writes piano tunes and guitar tunes, referring to a song's dominant style of the accompaniment. He traces this distinction back to early moments in his career. In Godspell, for example, songs such as Turn Back, Oh Man and All for the Best are piano tunes because they have an active accompaniment that works best on a keyboard instrument. On the Willows is a guitar tune with simple arpeggios in the accompaniment. The Wizard and I is less clearly intended for piano or guitar, but the rhythm section plays an important role the first 2 times through the verse, with the orchestral instruments adding colour. What is this feeling? Is more securely a guitar tune, because the accompaniment is dominated by guitars playing repeated eighth notes and other instruments offering similar material, especially the keyboards, which often imitate guitar patterns. Galinda and Elphaba sing an opening recitative accompanied by chords in the woodwinds as they write letters to their parents. At 0 feet 13 inches, Brone accompanies Galinda's lyric rise with a rapid upward gesture in the flute. Once the tune starts at 0 feet 40 inches, until 1 foot 56 inches when the chorus enters with contrasting material, everything of importance in the accompaniment, besides the drums, is in the guitars or is in imitation of them. Brone wrote extensive material for woodwinds and brass, but most of it was deleted for the recording, probably because it was too heavy. When the chorus enters, woodwinds double the voices, and there are short, accented notes in the strings. As Galinda answers her friends in her public, soprano voice, Brone backs her quasi-angelically in the flute, harp and strings, and with a single, ironic note in the chimes that is not in the score, meaning that it was perhaps added at the recording session. Once the contrapuntal section in the voices begins, the guitar-dominated accompaniment returns, but now with the parts in the other instruments present as well, providing a driving eighth-note background to the end of this song. Even though Elphaba also sings, this number exists more in Galinda's world, with a style of accompaniment for her in private moments, also heard in popular. Something Bad is in a completely different mood. Brone also makes rich use of guitars in this song, with the winds playing a significant but subtle role, providing interesting timbres. Schwartz's accompaniment from the piano vocal version included many eighth-note arpeggios and alternation between 2 adjacent pitches also. In eighth notes, the kind of noodling that one associates with scores by minimalist composers, especially Philip Glass or Steve Reich. Glass, for example, makes extensive use of this technique in his opera Akhenaten, and in general, oscillating eighth notes in a minor key carry a brooding feeling. Schwartz used the sound often in his opera séance on a wet afternoon. Brone co-orchestrated the opera with Schwartz, and together they produced several segments that harken back to Something Bad. Brone set the rising arpeggios at the opening of this song in wicked subtly for low strings, the first keyboard in a low range, second guitar, bass clarinet, and B-flat clarinet in a low range, English horn, alto flute, and African talking drum, later adding trombones with cup mutes, mandolin, and more keyboards. When Dr. Dillamond starts to sing about the owl in Munchkin Rock, Brone darkly doubles his vocal line with a bass clarinet a third lower and adds a violin harmonic and second keyboard on a harpsichord stop. At this point, the arpeggios have been replaced by oscillation between 2 pitches, heard here in the woodwinds. Marked by hand over the first keyboard part is W hoot, but the electronic effect is drowned out by the simultaneous artificial harmonic in the violin. The cello part here is ponticello, a strained sound produced by placing the bow close to the bridge, and at 0 feet 41 inches other string parts play ponticello on noodling eighth notes. When Dillamond bleats at 0 feet 45 inches, The weird accompaniment from alto flute, clarinet, bass clarinet, mandolin, harp, harmonics in the strings, and a synthesized celesta setting is most effective. Brone accents Dillermann's second accidental bleat in the orchestra, with metallic sounds from synthesizer and percussion. The score also calls for talking drum, inaudible on the OCR. Brone's challenge in Dancing Through Life was to create an atmosphere of abandon in the orchestra to support Fiero's hedonistic philosophy. Schwartz has stated that his music for the song was inspired by dance tunes associated with Sting. One might consider, for example, songs from the artist's first solo album, The Dreams of the Blue Turtles, such as Fortress Around Your Heart, or from his second album, Nothing Like the Sun, the Songs Will Be Together, Fragile, or Be Still My Beating Heart. These models would suggest that Schwartz imitated the melodic style, the range of the voice and vocal quality, the extensive use of riffs in the accompaniment, and the repetitious trance-like nature of the tune's rhythmic quality, similar to the disco and club scenes of the 1970s and 1980s. The orchestration for Dancing Through Life definitely started with Arimas and Lackamoire because the rhythm section dominates the proceedings. Fiero's pop recitative during the first 30 seconds of the song includes accompaniment by acoustic guitar on steel strings and chords in the keyboards, one of which imitates an electric piano. It is the kind of restrained instrumentation one often hears at the beginning of a dance song before the main groove starts. As the verse begins at 0 feet 30 inches, the orchestra offers a metallic, strained sound with one electric guitar marked W delays well and the first keyboard indicated with chorus piano. When Fiero reaches the second verse, the second keyboard setting is B3 org. The drummer plays constant quarter notes on the cymbals, and there is finally a bass line, but it is not yet very active. At 1 foot 12 inches, the end of the second verse, a prominent bass line starts in bass and second and third keyboards, propelling forward the third verse and much of the remainder of the segment of this long number. The B3 sound plays a prominent role with several glissandi and other sounds familiar to those who listened to dance music in the late 1970s and 1980s. There are fillers from the woodwinds and brass and the entrance of string tremolo. At 2 feet 43 inches adds to the ambience. The next major change takes place when Galinda suggests that Bokshu should ask Nessarose to the dance accompanied by long chords in the strings, first keyboard on a harp setting, second keyboard, supplying the sound called Glinda's suitcase on repeated eighth notes, and other effects that produce a high metallic sound that helps make Galinda sound insincere. When Bok answers Galinda in a spoken line, her melody for "Oh, really, you would do that for me?" appears in the first guitar and third keyboard on a setting called Music Box. The short duet for Fiero and Galinda sounds over similar accompaniment associated with Fiero earlier in the song. The most interesting orchestral effect in the small scene between Elphaba and Nessarose is the oboe counter-melody, a textbook use of the instrument's plaintive quality as Nessarose pleads with her sister. More instruments enter at "We deserve each other," the climax of her line. Elphaba goes off to thank Galinda for helping Nessarose, and the orchestra briefly quotes the melody of "I Loathe It All" from 1 foot 23 inches of "What Is This Feeling?" Appropriate as the rivals meet and Galinda prepares her trick with the hat. The orchestra returns to disco mode, initiating the Ozdas dance, a separate number in the score but a continuous part of track 6 on the OCR. The orchestra here is a fuller version of the earlier disco sound, with heavy use of the winds in melodic rolls, such as at 5 feet 33 inches, where the new Ozdas theme sounds in multiple octaves. In the oboe, clarinet, bassoon, first horn, first keyboard, and second keyboard, accompanied by tremolo in the strings and third keyboard, and with heavy rock drums, mark tree, and suspended cymbals. The scoring is even denser at the end of the section. Brown again calls upon the oboe in a melancholy roll at 6 feet 33 inches, just after Bach has admitted to Nesseros that he has not been fair to her. The oboe plays a transformation of his theme as Nesseros says, "I know why," musical confirmation of their misunderstanding. The characteristic use of oboe in this number is another way that Brown layered other instruments on top of the heavy rhythm section parts in Wicked. Much of the orchestration for Popular is reminiscent of What Is This Feeling, and fits well with the bubblegum pop sound that Schwartz intended here. Brown draws the accompaniment of Galinda's opening recitative from chords in the strings and woodwinds and fill-ins from various treble sounds. The harpsichord in the second keyboard is especially effective. The classical nature of the brief brass chorale cadence that accompanies Galinda saying, I know exactly what they need," captures Galinda's poised assurance. Another fine moment is the glissando in the harp and the long sound from the mark tree that decorates Galinda's singing succeed. String tremolo at 0 feet 52 inches under the word lead builds excitement for the chorus, which starts at 1 foot 1 inch with punctuation from the kind of high, metallic sounds that Brown tends to associate with Galinda. As she starts the refrain for the second time, constant quarter notes sound in various instruments, a typical sound for much of the remainder of the number, and the second keyboard provides a strong bass line in imitation of Fender bass guitar. An interesting change between the score and the OCR is the deletion of all instruments under the line. Think of it as personality dialysis. Despite the heavy use of percussion, guitars, 3 keyboards and bass provided in the score. It is a funny line that Schwartz surely wanted heard, perhaps causing the change. At 2 feet 51 inches, as Galinda tells Elphaba she is beautiful after her makeover, the strings and harp produce a nearly classical sound in strong contrast to most of the rest of the number. Brown uses more of this campy, ironic classicism at 3 feet 7 inches after Elphaba has left. Galinda sings You Protest Your Disinterest over alto recorder and oboe, and then I Know clandestinely accompanied by muted strings, with a striking return to the number's more typical instrumentation through to the end. The contrast between Popular and I'm Not That Girl is about as strong as any 2 consecutive numbers in the score, and Brown matches the affect of each tune beautifully with his orchestration. Although a lovely ballad, I'm Not That Girl is also rueful. Brown uses sweet sounds that lend a touch of irony to Elphaba's strong case of envy. The opening timbres remain nearly continuous in the song, except in the B section. The simple opening includes oboe on a long note, single notes in the glockenspiel, harmonics in the acoustic guitar with steel strings, a syncopated line of single notes in the harp, the second keyboard set on dulcimer, the third keyboard on kalimba, and a high harmonic in the cello. A percussionist adds a few strikes on the finger cymbal. In the second set of 4 measures, a few more instruments join the mix, but the overall sound changes little. The rain stick indicated in the score in the 8th measure, just before Elphaba enters, is deleted. This austere orchestration shows how Brohn can use his Broadway orchestra for a chamber music sound, polishing Schwartz's ballad to a high sheen. The strings enter on long notes at the second statement of A, adding poignancy. For the B section, Brohn opts for a slightly more robust orchestration, adding alto flute, clarinet, bassoon, harp, first keyboard on bottle piano, and upper strings rapidly alternating between 2 pitches above a subtle bass line played by cello. At 1 foot 31 inches, with the return of the A section, Brohn brings back nearly the tune's original scoring. As Elphaba sings She Who's Winsome, the score indicates that trumpets should enter with Harmon mutes, but this seems to have been cut from the OCR. At 1 foot 42 inches, the cello enters with a brief counter-melody. The final repetition of A begins at 2 feet 12 inches, where the most prominent addition is long notes on various octaves of E in the strings, a minor counter-melody. In the oboe at 2 feet 22 inches, and a bit more soft noodling in the woodwinds to complete one of Brohn's most consistent and effective charts in the show. After the intimacy of I'm Not That Girl, One Short Day functions as a major production number with an orchestral sound, not unlike sections of Dancing Through Life and Popular. Schwartz wrote a song with propulsive energy, another of his guitar tunes with huge chords ripped from the 12-string acoustic guitar by the second guitarist through much of the song. The rhythm section plays the dominant role here, another number where Remus and Lackamoire would have written quite a bit before Brohn started to work. The song begins in earnest at 0 feet 26 inches, where one hears chatter from the percussion, acoustic and electric guitar, and material from all 3 synthesizers. When Elphaba and Galinda begin to sing about the sight to see, there is less chatter as strings, flute and oboe form a subtler accompaniment, but still with a great deal of energy. With reference to the song Optimistic Voices from the MGM film, heard just as Dorothy and her friends come out of the poppy field and start to run to the Emerald City. More instruments join in as that section proceeds, and the A material returns at 1 foot 17 inches with the fullest instrumentation heard to that point in the song, including large chords from 12-string acoustic and electric guitars. A complete change ensues when the Wizardmania segment begins. As noted in Chapter 5, Schwartz imitated such 1960s Broadway composers as Jerry Herman here. Brohn assists the effect with woodwinds, brass and strings, playing along with the vocal rhythm with short notes on who's the mage, who's major, and then removing most of the instruments during Schwartz's chromatic treatment of itinerary is making all Oz merrier. Both effects repeat. Novelty percussion instruments such as the slide whistle, cowbell and a go-go bell help build the vaudeville-like sound, and the string section's 16th note runs at who's enthuse also sound typical of the style. When Schwartz's contrapuntal combination of One Short Day and Who's the Mage begins at 2 feet 09 inches, Brohn divides the orchestra between instruments supporting each line. The winds rhythmically interact with the Wizardmania material, and the main melody of One Short Day, treated here with rhythmic augmentation, sounds in the glockenspiel, harp, first violin and viola. It is a striking but confusing sequence that lasts only 12 seconds. Schwartz earlier had provided another 8 measures of the Wizardmania tune in counterpoint, but it was cut as the song quickly reaches its intimate moment as the girls acknowledge their friendship before the orchestra provides the big finish. Except for the synthesizers, A Sentimental Man might have been orchestrated in a similar manner 70 years before. Schwartz designed the Wizard's music to sound like a throwback to an earlier time, and Brown followed suit here with the way he uses the instruments. Much of the tune has the character of a recitative, and Brown accompanies the opening phrases with chords in the strings, the third keyboard set on mellow strings, and chords in the harp. At 0 feet 7 inches, just before the Wizard says the word father, a maudlin gesture from the con artist, a chime sounds, added after the score was prepared. Immediately thereafter, the brass enters subtly for the phrase, "That's why I do the best I can," answered by 2 clarinets as the phrase continues. At 0 feet 20 inches, Brown removes the strings in favour of winds for Elphaba, "I'd like to raise you high," with violins and viola, then doubling the Wizard's melody at the climax of "Course, I think everyone deserves the chance to fly." Other additions on the OCR not in the score include ascending scales in the strings and other upward gestures on fly. The tune concludes with chordal accompaniment and a final instrumental tag. The score consulted for this study includes more material at the end that was cut as Schwartz and his collaborators revised the song for the new wizard, Joel Grey. The instrumental accompaniment of Defying Gravity revolves around the many power chords in the electric guitars. The chorus occurs first from 1 foot 52 inches to 2 feet 8 inches, and each time it is accompanied by a series of power chords and arpeggiated eighth notes in a high range in the piccolo and other instruments. The third significant gesture is a riff in the bass line, heard first in the trombones, first and second keyboards, cello, and electric bass at 0 feet 32 inches. Glinda pleads with Elphaba to reconsider her decision at 0 feet 42 inches, accompanied by strings and winds. Elphaba answers that she must instead change her desires. As she sings more at 1 foot 10 inches, the bass riff sounds along with the power chord on C-sharp. The other motive described in Chapter 5 that occurs several times in Defying Gravity sounds here in the third keyboard in a high range, foreshadowing the arpeggiated eighth notes. The ascending do-sol-do of this motive is the same as the 3 notes from a power chord. Elphaba explains herself in recitative at 1 foot 17 inches, accompanied primarily by electric guitar and first and second keyboard. Brown wrote lines for the winds and strings as well, but then marked those tacit until measure 52, where Elphaba sings and leap, launching the next section. Heavier accompaniment of the recitative would have dulled the effect of the powerful build-up from upward gestures in the piccolo, bass, oboe, and guitars that leads into Elphaba's first chorus. At 1 foot 52 inches, the arpeggiated eighth notes occur in the piccolo, first and third keyboards and violins. The power chords are not in the score, with rests notated here for guitar, but they appear on the recording. The intervals that produce the power chords also appear in the left hands of the first and second keyboards. Glinda sings her warning to Elphaba about delusions of grandeur at 2 feet 6 inches as more instruments enter, and Elphaba pushes right ahead at 2. feet 10 inches into what becomes a convincing rock tune dominated by electric guitar, drums, and electric bass with syncopated chords in the other instruments. The chorus with title text occurs the second time at 2 feet 37 inches, this time with power chords notated in the second guitar and arpeggiated eighth notes in the same instruments as at 1 foot 52 inches. The shimmer that accompanies the unlimited motive sounds here in harp and keyboards with string tremolo as Elphaba invites Glinda to join her. When Elphaba sings unlimited, the oboe doubles her. The duet passage begins at 3 feet 25 inches with a crescendo in the large suspended cymbal and other instruments before the women start to sing the chorus together at 3 feet 29 inches, accompanied by power chords and arpeggiated eighth notes. Glinda drops out at 3 feet 39 inches, leaving the last line for Elphaba alone, and then statements of the bass riff accompany Elphaba, asking if Glinda will come with her. At 3 feet 47 inches, the woodwinds and violins plaintively imitate the bass riff in a high register as Elphaba realizes that she is alone. At 3 feet 53 inches, as Glinda wishes her friend well, a handwritten notation in the score states that everything should be 1/2 step lower from a major to A-flat. The OCR here is in A-flat. 4 bars later, the score is also in A-flat. Brone based most of the remainder of Defying Gravity on materials that have been described, but one must recognize the orchestral excitement as Elphaba sings her final chorus. Robert Vieira cites the soaring horn as Elphaba counsels those looking for her to look to the western sky. A new effect occurs at 5 feet 15 inches as Elphaba throws down her gauntlet and nobody in all of Oz, where rich string tremolo prepares the final crescendo, reaching the climax at 5 feet 28 inches, where most of the orchestra sounds around the B-flat power chord. This is a B-flat minor chord, and in the coda, Schwartz resolves the number in D-flat major, ending Act 1. Act 2 includes less music than Act 1, but the numbers exist in a broad spectrum of musical styles, mandating that Brone prepare varying orchestrations. Schwartz intended the opening number, Thank Goodness, to show folk influence, which strongly contrasts with the vaudeville nature of Wonderful. Glinda's brief reprise of I'm Not That Girl includes a different orchestration than the first occurrence of Schwartz's poignant ballad. As love, lust, anger and frustration boil over in the middle of the act, Schwartz's score takes a popular turn in As Long As You're Mine, No Good Deed, and March of the Witch Hunters, the last 2 songs based on the same musical material. No Good Deed is an especially fine example of how Brone scores for orchestra on top of an active rhythmic section. For Good is a ballad, but also an emotional duet for pop divas that required careful attention from the orchestrator. The finale is a combination of music heard previously in the show and another example of Brone's fine ear for musical effect. As noted in Chapter 5, Act 2 musically opens where Act 1 ended. Brone uses different effects in the orchestration, calculated here to emphasize the fear that marks this number. The song opens with the bass riff from Defying Gravity, harmonized homorhythmically by many instruments. There are 2 electric guitars. The first plays several power chords in the opening measures. The do-sol-do motive that appears in Defying Gravity also occurs here in the glockenspiel, harp, and second and third keyboards. There is also an assertive, folk-like gesture reminiscent of Bartok in the strings, with hints of it in the winds as well. The marking is con forza. These are 4 5-note gestures, each of which would fit in a 5/8 measure, the dominant meter of Thank Goodness. Schwartz placed this section in 4 quarters, however, and the folk-like ambience tells the audience that this segment might sound like the end of Act 1, but it is not entirely similar. At 0 feet 14 inches, the chorus enters with material based on No One Mourns the Wicked, here with words that show that the Wicked Witch has been terrifying the population for a substantial period. Brown places several ominous devices in the orchestra: rapid piccolo scales, constant sextuplets in the upper strings, a strong rock beat in the drums, and chimes. Vocal solo lines enter at 0 feet 36 inches, handled here as recitative with chords in the orchestra and tremolo in the strings, building to the chorus singing with her calumnies and lies at 0 feet 42 inches, backed by strident quarter notes in the orchestra. Oremus, Lackamoire, and Brown underline the loud, dissonant choral statement of lies with power chords in the second guitar, 16th notes in the strings and third keyboard, and a piccolo trill on each beat. The climax of this opening segment occurs at Save Us from the Wicked, with heavy string tremolo, more power chords, and brass doubling the voices, which compellingly move in parallel perfect fourths, fifths, and octaves. There is a gradual diminuendo, preparing the complete change of mood in Thank Goodness. Thank Goodness exists in 4 different sections in the score. Act 2 opening, considered above, is the first minute and 11 seconds of track 12. Thank Goodness is the material from 1 foot 11 inches to 1 foot 43 inches, and the next 2 sections proceed from 1 foot 43 inches to 4 feet 02 inches, and from 4 feet 02 inches to the track's end. Brown helps establish the folk-like atmosphere of Thank Goodness with several devices, placing the flute player on penny whistle at the opening of the song, using mandolin and banjo, using a tambourine among the percussion instruments, and using synthesizer settings of folk instruments such as hurdy-gurdy, musette, Jew's harp, and Highland bagpipe drone. The song features a preponderance of light, high sounds, the likes of which are associated with Glinda throughout the show, synthesized celesta, glockenspiel, piccolo, harp, and triangle strikes. Contrast occurs when Madame Morrible spins her false tale about what transpired in the wizard's throne room at the end of Act 1. At 2 feet 42 inches, when Morrible starts her recitative, the second keyboard plays on a harpsichord setting, adding to the Gothic ambience that surrounds her character. The only other instruments that accompany this line in the score are trumpet and bass, but a string sound was added after the score was prepared, perhaps to emphasize the melody under the singer. As Madame Morrible announces Glinda the Good, more winds accompany. Brown provides some delicious instrumental effects during Morrible's tale, such as woodwinds jumping to a high register and a slight squawk in the E. Flat clarinet as Morrible declaims squeal and stopped horns, pedal tones in the trombone, and playing ponticello in the strings with tremolo to emphasize lurking surreptitiously. Brown manages a Middle Eastern quality under the various solos that report rumours about the Wicked Witch, with piccolo, E-flat clarinet, stopped horn, dry and single notes in the harp, more tremolo in the strings played ponticello, muted brass and tambourine, along with other effects in the percussion. As Glinda works through her ambiguous feelings during the 5th minute of the track, Brown provides a tentative, light orchestration with more instruments, and a crescendo at 4 feet 54 inches as Glinda appears to be over her angst and the song heads toward its joyful conclusion. At 5 feet 11 inches, winds begin to double the outline of her melody, adding the first violin at 5 feet 21 inches, bringing orchestral confirmation to her new certainty. The accompaniment gradually becomes denser, with the full ensemble engaged at 5 feet 47 inches. Wonderful opens with the ballroom transition, that number in the score that accompanies the change of scene between Nessaros's chambers in Munchkinland and the wizard's throne room in the Emerald City. It constitutes the first 37 seconds of track 13 on the OCR. It sounds as much like traditional orchestral music as any excerpt in the show, somewhat resembling orchestrations that Robert Russell Bennett did for the shows of Rodgers and Hammerstein and Lerner and Loewy. The trumpet carries the melody, doubled by other instruments. The orchestra thins out as the transition begins for the wizard's song, announced by the horn playing Elphaba's unlimited theme. Schwartz wrote wonderful with vaudeville and Tin Pan Alley songs from the early 20th century in mind, and Brown effectively followed his conception with traditional orchestration and novelty percussion. The wizard begins his recitative at 0 feet 46 inches. Brown accompanies it chordally with strings and a few winds through 1 foot 11 inches, a typical Broadway sound. When the wizard declares, then suddenly, the strings play tremolo for 1 bar, lending appropriate weight. As the wizard croons soon, Brown underlines it with a piano sound in the first keyboard, a strike of the small triangle, and glockenspiel. Joel Grey hams up his rendering of Carried Away, and Brown joined in the fun with 16th note gestures in the woodwind instruments. When the chorus of Wonderful starts, Brown provides lively vaudeville effects, tremolo, hi-hat cymbal, small cricket, triangles, woodblock, small siren, xylophone, banjo, and trombone on a jazzy solo with solitone mute. These and other sounds are also part of the underscoring as the wizard explains his cynical points between 2 feet 37 inches and 2 feet 55 inches, including a delightful version of the wonderful opening for banjo played with a felt pick. Similarly detailed effects may be heard through the end of the song, such as the change from string accompaniment to brass during a recitative passage when the wizard starts to sing the most celebrated. And then the dramatic tremolo under celebration throughout Oz. At 4 feet 10 inches, where the wizard again sings Wonderful, Brown wrote an active march accompaniment for flutes and oboe that was cut from the score, probably because it was too heavy. The tune ends with full orchestra in a ragtime mode, the prominent first keyboard actually set on ragtime piano, the second keyboard on tuba, and later 3 trumpets, the melody. In the trumpets, rich counter-melody in the strings, lots of notes in the xylophone, and the reed players playing piccolo, oboe, and soprano and baritone saxophones. Brown demonstrates his ability to provide a varied orchestration to the same number in Glinda's reprise of I'm Not That Girl. He uses different instruments and more variety of timbres than appeared in Elphaba's setting in the first act. As the more flamboyant personality of the pair, perhaps Brown thought that Glinda required a wider palette to communicate her level of suffering over losing Fiyero. The track opens with flute, bassoon, harp and first keyboard, and the introduction closes with long notes in the clarinet, the sparkly Glinda suitcase on second keyboard, and muted strings in the third keyboard and upper strings. Glinda enters at 0 feet 12 inches, along with both guitarists on acoustics with nylon strings, the second keyboard set on sombre Rhodes, and long notes in the third keyboard and strings. Woodwinds gradually enter, and there is a poignant moment at 0 feet 23 inches where the solo clarinetist plays the theme of "I Wasn't Born for the Rose and Pearls" with accompaniment by English horn and bassoon. Glinda does not sing this line. The irony is that Glinda was born for the Rose and Pearls, but Fiyero has left her. Once Glinda sings Girl I Know, the orchestration remains sparse, with only high sounds in the guitars, the second keyboard on Celesta, and long notes in the viola. Brown provides an imaginative re-envisioning of the song in this brief reprise. The rhythm section dominates the scoring for As Long As You're Mine. Oremus and Lackamoire provided for heavy use of 2 electric guitars, drums and cymbals, and there are also appropriate sounds from the synthesizers. Brown wrote complementary parts for other instruments, some of which were cut, but the winds and strings add little of significance to the orchestral sound in this song. There are many power chords in the electric guitar parts, often with just the fifth, but more with the fifth and octave as the song proceeds. There is a fine example of the E-bow with electric guitar at 0 feet 08 inches, a line that sounds somewhat like a theremin or ondes martineau. A fascinating sound from the second keyboard is the bell piano, which produces a distant, strained sound timbre with considerable echo. It enters first at 0 feet 16 inches and sounds often during the course of the song. At 0 feet 47 inches, as Elphaba starts the chorus, the guitars become even more prominent. The unchanging rock accompaniment for this song is appropriate, as Elphaba and Fiyero declare their mutual desire. No Good Deed is another song with an active rhythmic section, but Brown adds important material for winds and strings. The basic sound of the accompaniment is set at the beginning. The triplet figures in the flute, clarinet, first keyboard on piano, second keyboard set on hard EP, third keyboard playing strings and Berlioz's bell, and upper strings with cello provide tremendous energy. Rapid notes sound through most of the piece, changing to sixteenths at 1 foot 03 inches. Descending quarter notes in stepwise motion are important at the opening and recur in the song as well, sounding at the outset in the horns, electric guitars, harp, and first and second keyboards. These lines stop for the first time at 0 feet 09 inches to prepare the vocal entrance at 0 feet 13 inches. There are also prominent long notes in the trumpets, in 2-measure phrases and ending with fanfare-like 16th notes. The trombones open with glissandi, an effect they perform often in this number. The opening minute and 15 seconds of the song, through Elphaba's first recitative, remains remarkably similar in the accompaniment, with the major changes being the modulations. The settings on the keyboards do change, but with minimal impact on the overall sound. The electric guitars play many power chords in No Good Deed, a sound strongly associated with Elphaba. There are a number of distinctive places in the remainder of the orchestration. At 1 foot 28 inches, where Elphaba sings Creed, the chimes play a descending motive of 3/4 notes that becomes an important motive in the song. Immediately thereafter, power chords in the first guitar emphasize her line that begins with "My road of good intentions." And at 1 foot 37 inches, just after the title of the song, a major point of punctuation is produced in the orchestra with power chords and heavy drums. Elphaba's introspective section begins at 1 foot 43 inches as she names those who have been lost or hurt. The orchestration changes completely, but the three-note descending line of quarter notes remains in winds and strings and first guitar with E-bow, accompanied by constant 16th notes in the second keyboard set on time piano. As Elphaba calls out Fiero's name for the first time at 1 foot 55 inches, the first keyboard enters on the constant 16ths, and there is tremolo in the strings. And then her vocal explosion on Fiero at 1 foot 59 inches includes a power chord in the second guitar and the wicked motive presented prominently in the winds and first keyboard. This is the first moment in the song when there are no continuous fast notes. At 2 feet 07 inches, Elphaba begins a recitative section based on speech rhythms under which the orchestra produces a series of driving dotted quarter-eighth note rhythms through a variety of interlocking patterns. A major climax occurs at 2 feet 25 inches when Elphaba sings Y over a powerful series of quarter notes in the orchestra played by first guitar with E-bow, first trumpet, first keyboard, strings with tremolo, and accompanied by a power chord on each eighth note for 2 measures in second guitar. Elphaba then repeats part of the chorus and concludes with her declaration of wickedness over the orchestra, playing similar effects to those already described. No good deed carries an almost operatic intensity and switches between recitative and more aria-like sections like a scena in an Italian opera. Brown uses the orchestra convincingly in support of Schwartz's vision. The song continues in March of the Witch Hunters. The accompaniment opens with a snare drum roll, followed by the 3-note motive in a number of instruments, and then the orchestra falls into a marching quarter-note pattern. The chorus enters at 0 feet 04 inches with new melodic material, and the melody of No Good Deed appears with new words at 0 feet 14 inches, accompanied throughout the first passage by power chords in both guitars and typical march figures from the remainder of the orchestra. Bach's recitative, a tirade against Elphaba, is lightly accompanied, first by woodwinds and second keyboard set on aggressive clarinet, and with punctuation of brass fanfares. When he mentions the lion, the third keyboard provides a pitched lion roar at 0 feet 49 inches, more sound effect than musical accompaniment. At 1 foot 000 inches, the chorus returns with more quarter notes in the orchestra, but also 16th notes in the first keyboard and sextuplets in the upper strings, producing some of the most frenzied sounds in the show at an appropriate moment. For Good opens on the recording with Elphaba singing I'm Limited to Glinda, using her signature motive to convince her friend to help repair what ails Oz. This segment, which lasts until 0 feet 36 inches, is not in the score consulted for this study. The accompaniment includes primarily high sounds, but without the continuous shimmer of 16th notes that usually sounds with this motive. One hears harp, probably a celesta setting from one of the keyboards, horns and bells, with horns and perhaps other brass instruments, playing the celebration throughout Oz motive that has appeared several times in the show as Elphaba tells Glinda, "Now it's up to you." For Good opens with a recitative and chorus for Glinda, and then the same material for Elphaba. Brown conceived a varied accompaniment for the two singers. This number, however, is about the two pop divas presenting their final big moments, and Brown provides appropriate orchestration while keeping the orchestra out of the way. The orchestral introduction opens with a triadic motive in the oboe and second keyboard on Somber Roads, followed by brief statements in other solo instruments, including the same motive in the viola. At 0 feet 51 inches, Glinda's recitative is accompanied by harp and third keyboard on the ethereal Glinda's suitcase setting, already heard several times in the show. Glinda sings the significant words, "But I know I'm who I am today," at 1 foot 27 inches, with bassoon, horns and piano entering to underline the text. Glinda's refrain starts at 1 foot 36 inches with fuller instrumentation, but still the high sounds that have dominated her accompaniment in the show, alto, flute, acoustic guitar with nylon strings, harp, piano, second keyboard on Somber Roads, muted strings doubled by the third keyboard, and triangle strikes. As Glinda ends her segment at 2 feet 13 inches, the opening triadic motive sounds in the clarinet and first and second keyboards. Elphaba enters with her recitative at 2 feet 16 inches with thicker accompaniment of drums, 2 guitars, harp, all 3 keyboards, strings and bass, with the first real bass line in the song. Brown later adds bass oboe, but it is not a strong presence. Elphaba's chorus is at 2 feet 59 inches when the first guitarist switches to electric and more winds enter. The recitative dialogue is at 3 feet 28 inches, with more activity in the drums, guitars and strings. The remainder of the song has little that is distinctive or new, but the joint chorus at 3 feet 52 inches includes effective interjections from xylophone and suspended cymbal, and Brown gets the orchestra out of the way nicely at 4 feet 14 inches as they sing "I Do Believe," and then includes an attractive crescendo at 4 feet 40 inches on the word "change," an effect that just evaporates as isolated effects and the main triadic motive sounds in various instruments before the end of the song. The orchestral score of the finale shows evidence of many revisions, such as pages where Elphaba sings to Fiyero that she no longer has the powers she once had, and Fiyero answers her with "then all that you can do, I guess, is do the best you can" over the trumpet solo of the melody associated with the text, a celebration throughout Oz that actually opens the finale on the OCR. By removing Fiyero's line, the trumpet solo offers ironic confirmation that Elphaba got her celebration, but not for the reason she might have hoped. The song, "No One Mourns the Wicked," starts at 0 feet 07 inches with words appropriate to the occasion, but it is restrained emotionally and accompanied by woodwinds, strings and guitars. At 0 feet 20 inches, an extended oboe solo begins based on the music associated with, and goodness knows, the Wicked's lives are lonely. The score notes that flute doubles the oboe, but it is inaudible. Chords in winds and strings accompany. A loud E in timpani, guitars, cello and bass prepares the statement of good news in the chorus, and then the score shows a major cut that included a solo on the melody of No One Mourns. In piccolo and later E-flat clarinet with keyboards, but the OCR jumps to a washed-out statement of good news. In the chorus, Glinda sings Who Can Say at 0 feet 51 inches, with high chordal accompaniment in the winds and strings, and Elphaba joins her at 1 foot 1 inch with violins and viola doubling them, confirming the importance of their duet on Because I Knew You. They sing change together at 1 foot 19 inches with a crescendo in the orchestra, not unlike toward the end of For Good, which grows into the final 3 statements of Wicked, where the woodwinds and brass double the voices. The harp plays a number of glissandi in the final measures, while the low R-sharp sounds heavily in the electric guitars with distortion, harp, second keyboard, and with punctuation in the tam-tam. The final chord includes string tremolo, doubled in the third keyboard. Wicked as we know it today is unthinkable without its orchestration. Assembling the totality of a musical play is the result of extensive collaboration between several specialists, and the sense of cooperation also exists within the various specialties. For the music, Stephen Schwartz was the primary creative spirit, but he worked with Oremus, Lackamoire, Brown and others as they bridged the vast gap between the piano-vocal version and the orchestral score, one of the final steps in deciding what this version of The Land of Oz would sound like in the Gershwin Theatre. As has been shown, the process of orchestration was not unlike Schwartz's composition of the score, because the collaborators made numerous changes, including between producing the score and the recording session. The next step was the reorchestration to prepare for smaller pit ensembles on tours and international productions, but that would be the subject of another study. Chapter 7. Critical Reception and Public Acceptance. The critical response to Wicked was widely varied, ranging from unqualified raves involving most every aspect of the show to sarcastic pans. A useful study concerning critical responses to popular shows has been offered by Jessica Sternfeld in her book The Mega Musical. For example, she has studied the critical reaction to Lloyd Webber's shows in detail, finding that critics attacked his works for 2 main reasons. The first was, for their huge success, Lloyd Webber simply became the most popular composer of musicals, making him the biggest target. Other critics would praise Lloyd Webber's shows, while simultaneously bemoaning the audience's taste and intelligence, suggesting that people only enjoyed his works because they were simplistic and included great spectacle. The first reason would not have applied to Wicked because none of its creators had enjoyed anything like Lloyd Webber's level of success on Broadway in the last decade before Wicked opened. Critics writing about Wicked, however, did at times question the audience's taste and level of intelligence. One cannot expect a critic to foresee how successful a show might be, and in the case of Wicked, most critics could not have known how well the show would appeal to young women or how devoted many fans would be to the score. Still, in light of Wicked's status as one of Broadway's biggest hits of this young century, it is instructive to consider the collective efforts of those who professionally critique Broadway shows. Ben Brantley of the New York Times expressed great admiration for the work of Kristin Chenoweth, finding that her undiluted star power provides the essential helium in a bloated production. Brantley was not convinced by the show's political satire, which he believed to be too heavy-handed, He described Schwartz's songs as generically impassioned, remarking on their similarity to the anthems in Les Miserables. The critic praised many production elements and several actors, but in the end he states that the show does not, alas, speak hopefully for the future of the Broadway musical. Only Kristin Chenoweth managed to do that in Wicked, according to Brantley, and he found that his interest in the production wandered when she left the stage. Photo 7.1. Sign at the Gershwin Theatre, where Wicked opened on October 30th, 2010. Courtesy of Doug Laird. Howard Kissel of the New York Daily News was one of the primary naysayers for Wicked, calling it an interminable show with no dramatic logic or emotional centre. The strength was the actors, but Kissel felt that they could only do so much with a score that lacks emotional subtext and a book that failed to tell the story clearly. He disliked the production elements that he named and stated that, unlike The Wizard of Oz, nothing about Wicked is magical. He concluded with the suggestion that Broadway should spend less money on shows and work more diligently on emotional context. Those who like Wicked would find it difficult to accept Kissel's notion that the show has no emotional centre, because many find it in the relationship between the two witches. Clive Barnes, writing for the New York Post, offered a mixed evaluation, finding it a kids' show with aspirations that would provide most audience members something to enjoy. He liked Chenoweth and Menzel and praised several others in the cast, and he believed that the production team was so successful that others involved should keep well out of the way. Barnes did not think that Schwartz and Holzman added to the show's quality, calling the music oppressive and banal. He described the book as complex, if foolish, but left his reader with the basic idea that Wicked was worth seeing. The critics for New York City's three major dailies pinpointed the aspects of Wicked that most critics praised: the performances of Chenoweth and Menzel as both actors and singers. Approval of the remainder of the cast also suffused the Wicked reviews, and they demonstrate in miniature how mixed the comments about production elements tended to be. How definitively these three critics rejected the score, and book was stronger than the larger body of writers, some of whom found the writing effective and creative. Perhaps Brantley, Kissel and Barnes simply did not fit the profile for which Schwartz wrote his score. Linda Weiner of Newsday wrote a detailed review of Wicked. She thought the witches' story to be the best part of the show, along with the actors who portray them. She found the spectacle overwhelming and the set ugly, along the lines of what designer Eugene Lee did years before for Sweeney Todd. She called Schwartz's score uneven and ambitious, with some numbers uncomfortably close to Sondheim's Into the Woods. An unusual assertion for a score that only convincingly approaches Sondheim's style in Glinda's reflective passages in the Act II opener. Writing for the New York Sun, Jeremy McCarter was positive about the cast and the show's sense of spectacle, commenting that even with the huge production, Wicked never loses its soul. He believed that it succeeds because of the efforts of the cast and director, Joe Mantello. The book he termed generally solid, and the music was uneven at best, but McCarter found the show worthy overall. There were a number of other reviews on Halloween in the New York Daily Press. Dan Callahan of the New York Blade believed that friends of Dorothy should see the show because of Menzel and Chenoweth, but he thought the creators tried to tie the show too closely to the famous film The Wizard of Oz, meaning that it needed a new second act and a darker conclusion. 7 Terry Teachout's detailed essay in the Wall Street Journal included considerable praise for a number of aspects, and he overall highly recommended the show as funny and touching, despite the flaws that he articulated. He believed that Schwartz had changed little as a composer since Godspell, but he also offered that I'm Not That Girl is the most poignant new Broadway ballad to come along in ages. 8 Teachout's review demonstrates how seriously critics tended to take the new show, perhaps an encouraging aspect of the reviews for the creators, even in reviews that were less than positive. Additional reviewers, some from out of town, added their input once the dust had settled from the morning after reviews. Michael Phillips of the Chicago Tribune wrote about Wicked and The Boy from Oz, calling both mediocre, but they nearly get by on star power, with Menzel and Chenoweth in Wicked and Hugh Jackman in The Boy from Oz. He allowed that Wicked might run for 1 or 2 seasons because of its stars. Charles Isherwood of Variety wrote the kind of lengthy, pithy review that one expects in that journal. He called the production lumbering and overstuffed, and, like Ben Brantley, Isherwood seemed most impressed by Chenoweth, but he liked Menzel as well. He praised Holzman for clarifying the novel's plot, but still called the show a bewildering thicket of themes, characters, and throwaway gags. He found Schwartz an ill fit for the show and disliked a number of the production elements. Outside of the Two Witches, he saw little reason for Wicked to be successful. In The Village Voice, Michael Feingold called the show a hideous mess, and after condemning what he saw as the show, political correctness and other sins, he asked, what audience could enjoy this congealed mixture? Is there a PhD program in critical theory that admits 5-year-olds? Feingold's review is as full of insulting hyperbole as one might expect to see in several pans. David Hurst, writing in Next magazine, raved about Wicked, calling it a magical new musical for which the adjective fabulous seems to have been invented. In a short essay, he praised Holzman's adaptation of the novel, Schwartz's gorgeous score, production elements, and the cast. He predicted a long run. John Lahr of The New Yorker acknowledged the show's standing ovation, attributing it to one of Schwartz's lines in the song Dancing Through Life, "Life is painless for the brainless." Lahr liked the sets, costumes, Holzman's book, and the Two Witches, but he labelled the show an exercise in high camp, and of the songs, not one of them is memorable. Lahr replayed the role of many critics who panned shows like Cats and Phantom of the Opera in the 1980s, finding little to admire and blaming the show's popularity on the audience's lack of taste and sophistication. John Simon of New York joined Lahr, setting the tone for his pan in his first paragraph by calling the show flat, heavy, long, and boring. Lahr and Simon were not going to form part of the adoring audience that has caused Wicked to run so long. John Heilpern of the New York Observer, however, might have stood in line for tickets. He noted, Wicked manages to be both quite cynical and very innocent simultaneously, an impossible feat. He praised the Two Witches, the clever, mostly exhilarating score, and most of the remainder of the show, concluding by recommending that his readers book early for Christmas. Next Christmas. Christopher Byrne of Gay City News was not as impressed as Heilpern, offering that one might have to attend Wicked again to understand why a musical that has so many elements that could make it great never fulfills its promise. Byrne was enthralled with the show's political satire and did not think the creators quite pulled it off, but he believed that the show had more substance than most musicals. He approached each element in considerable detail and took a longer view of the show than many reviewers, for example, noting that Schwartz's score bears hearing several times, and he wanted to experience the cast album. Byrne ultimately found the show disappointing, but he did so in one of the best considered reviews one might read, Photo 7.2. Large, wicked advertisement in Times Square next to those of its competition, courtesy of Doug Laird. Writing in Backstage, Ron Cohen dared his reader to carry what resistance you can to the show, but he insists that it will eventually wear you down, overwhelm you, and genuinely impress you. He cited the powerhouse score and believed the songs to be an important part of telling the story. In one of the show's most positive reviews, Rex Reed of the New York Observer called it an irresistible extravaganza of music, magic, artistry, and enchantment with a delightful score. Jonathan Warman reviewed the show for HX magazine and offered pointed criticism, especially about Schwartz's score, which sounded lazy to him when compared to the music from Pippin. David Coate, in a brief essay in Time Out, New York offered praise for most aspects of the show except the score, which he found unmemorable. A few weeks later, Barry Bassis briefly reviewed the show for the New York Resident, also praising the two leads and stating that Schwartz wrote showstoppers for both witches, but Bassis did not believe that the show's score measured up to what Harold Arlen and Yip Harburg had written for the film. In a late review from early December in West Side Spirit, Christopher Moore was impressed with most aspects of the show, but he was lukewarm on the score, which lacks memorable show tunes but delivers in key moments. 22. A review article 5 months after the show opened by Linda Armstrong in New York, Amsterdam News was an unqualified rave, citing a brilliant script, a score by a musical genius, and the audience cannot help but be swept away by this play. 23. These many decidedly mixed reviews document the show's reception in New York by critics from the time that it opened and for several months thereafter. Harder to document, of course, are the reasons for the public's reaction, but plausible explanations for the show's popularity can be offered. Perhaps most important is the connection with The Wizard of Oz, possibly the most famous American fantasy ever written. Even without the iconic film, L. Frank Baum's novels about Oz have resonated with American children for over a century, and their popularity can still be observed among young readers today. The MGM musical, starring Judy Garland, then gave Oz a strong presence on the silver screen, and the Arlen Harburg score gave the story an unforgettable soundtrack. Gregory Maguire tapped into a strong current in American popular culture when he wrote Wicked, providing the show's creators with a fine premise. Winnie Holzman brought to the book a great talent for representing the feelings of teenagers in a way that reaches out to an audience, and in Elphaba and Glinda, she helped bring to life two believable young characters that speak volumes to young women. Their friendship and rivalry reaches across the generations in appeal, and their competition for the same young man is archetypal. The highly successful original cast album brings into focus the score's appeal. Schwartz's music for the show evinces a wider range than most critics acknowledged, as demonstrated in the discussion of the music in Chapter 5. Clearly, he included enough of a popular nature for the score to land squarely in the ear of the youth market and those with sympathy toward popular music, but he also drew upon other influences and made sure that each song grows organically out of the plot. The album's success is partly dependent upon what the music sounds like, but also on the music's ability to help the listener relive the show outside of the theatre. For these and certainly other reasons, Wicked has found its audience, while some of the reasons for the show's appeal were lost on a number of prominent critics. Chapter 8. Beyond New York. Wicked hits the road. Producers have long craved tours for valuable theatrical properties, and successful shows sometimes are presented as sit-down productions for months or years in other cities. These new versions are likely to be replicas of what audiences see in New York, or at least to the extent that is possible, on the road and in other venues. The producers of Wicked have opened 2 North American touring companies, sit-down productions in Chicago, Los Angeles and San Francisco, and international versions in London's West End, Australia, Japan and Germany. The last 3 productions have each been seen in more than one city, and those in Japan and Germany involve translations of the libretto. A non-replicated production has opened in Helsinki, involving another libretto translation into Finnish. Each international version has included the challenge of taking the Wizard of Oz, a thoroughly American story, to another culture. The London production will be described below in detail as a case study of taking Wicked on the road. In chronological order, Wicked productions have opened outside of New York City in the following locations. 1. The first national tour premiered in Toronto at the Cannon Theatre on March 21, 2005, and the tour continues to make stops varying in length from less than 2 weeks to more than 2 months at cities throughout North America. The touring show has broken the house record in every single city in which it's played. 2. The Chicago production opened at the Ford Center for the Performing Arts, Oriental Theatre on July 13, 2005, where it became the longest-running and highest-grossing Broadway musical in Chicago theatrical history. It closed on January 25, 2009, after 1,500 performances. The total audience in Chicago was 2.9 million people, and the box office gross was $206 million. The stage at the Oriental Theatre is smaller than at the Gershwin Theatre in New York City, causing the production to be redesigned, but the effect of the show in Chicago remained very similar. The West End production opened at the Apollo Victoria Theatre on September 27, 2006, where it was still running in the summer of 2010 after more than 1,500 performances and total box office gross sales of more than GBP 100 million. After seeing this production in July 2008, it was remarkable to witness how fully London and its tourists have embraced the show. The Los Angeles production opened at the Pantages Theatre on February 20, 2007. The cast included John Rubinstein, the original Pippin on Broadway in 1972, as the Wizard, and Carol Kane as Madame Morrible, a role that she has also played in other productions. A later Madame Morrible was Joanne Worley, known for her performances on Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In the 1960s and 1970s. Wicked closed in Los Angeles on January 11, 2009, after 791 performances, a total attendance of 1.15 million, and gross ticket sales of over $90 million. This production then moved to San Francisco. The Tokyo production opened at the Densushiki Theatre on June 17, 2007. This was the first production for which the libretto was translated. Schwartz reports that the task was simpler than it would prove to be in German because song lyrics need not rhyme in Japanese. This lack of rhyme may be observed on the 5th anniversary OCR, which includes tracks in Japanese of Popular and Dancing Through Life. The lyrics are almost entirely in Japanese, but Glinda does sing the English words popular and popularity in the former song. Schwartz also reports that the notion of Glinda changing her name could not be explained to Japanese audiences, so it was dropped for this version. Miyuki Numao was the original Glinda opposite Megumi Hamada as Elphaba. The show closed in Tokyo on September 6, 2009, after a run of more than 2 years, and the production then transferred to Osaka. The German production of Wicked opened in Stuttgart at the Palladium Theatre on November 15, 2007. One challenge was what to call the show in German. Schwartz reports that there is no real word for wicked in German, which seems far-fetched in such a rich language, but my exploration of the concept with German professor Dr. Karin Pagel-Miners demonstrated that most German words that might express the idea actually bear different first meanings, and certainly no similar word in German carries the double meaning that wicked has come to in English slang, where it also means good. 10. Elphaba concludes by using the English word when she admits that for the first time she feels wicked. The creators finally settled on the German title of Wicked die Hexen von Oz, following the English title with The Witches of Oz. Schwartz notes that part of the appeal of this title was that Hexen bears some of the double meaning in German, both positive and negative, that wicked bears in English. Schwartz admits that translating the lyrics into German was an enormous challenge, but he was satisfied with the result that they worked out with translator Michael Kunze. Schwartz looked for the same results with the German lyrics that he knew from the English, and he discovered that the word liebenswert did not bring the laughs that its English counterpart did. They changed the word to heißgeliebt, and then the lines drew the reaction that Schwartz expected. The show closed in Stuttgart on January 29, 2010, and transferred to Oberhausen. The Melbourne production opened at the Regent Theatre on July 12, 2008. Amanda Harrison, who originated the role of Elphaba in Australia, had already worked extensively in musical theatre, both there and in the West End. Lucy Durack, the original Australian Glinda, has worked primarily in her native country. Wicked closed in Melbourne on August 9, 2009-17, after which it moved to Sydney. San Francisco, where the show's pre-Broadway out-of-town tryout had taken place in the spring of 2003, had its premiere of a sit-down production of Wicked at the Orpheum Theatre on February 6, 2009. In the week that ended February 15, 2009, the show grossed $1,459,610, a new record for San Francisco theaters. The production moved from Los Angeles, but the San Francisco cast was different, assembled from actors who had been in other productions, including Teal Wicks as Elphaba, Kendra Kassebaum as Glinda, and Carol Kane as Madame Morrible. A replacement for Kane was noted actress Patty Duke. This production closed on September 5, 2010, after 660 performances. The second national tour opened at the Barbara B. Mann Performing Arts Hall in Fort Myers, Florida, on March 7, 2009. It also continues to play throughout the United States and in Canada. The twin tours bring the show to a striking number of cities during the course of a year, and as of November 2010, there were announced bookings through September 2011. Table 8.1 provides the schedule for both tours during summer 2010-23. Table 8.1, Summer 2010 schedule for two national touring companies of Wicked. Dates, venues, 5/26, 10/6, 27/10. Dallas, Music Hall at Fair Park, 6/16, 10/7, 11/10. St. Louis, the Fabulous Fox. St. Louis, the Fabulous Fox. Houston, Hobby Center. 7/14, 10/8, 8/20, Uylin Hall. 7/28, 10/8, 29/10. Milwaukee, Minneapolis, Orpheum Theatre. The Australian production, with much of the same cast that had played in Melbourne, opened at Capitol Theatre in Sydney on September 12, 2000, and 9/24. Scheduled to run for exactly a year until September 12, 2010, the production transferred to Brisbane in January 2011-25. The Japanese production opened in Osaka at the Shiki Theatre on October 11, 2009-26. The German production opened at the Metronome Theatre in Oberhausen on March 5, 2010. Wilhelmine Verkijk, who originated the German role of Elphaba in Stuttgart, also initiated the role in Oberhausen. The first non-replicated version of Wicked opened at the Helsinki City Theatre on August 26, 2010. Schwartz worked with Sami Parkkinen on the translation of the lyrics into Finnish. The director of the Finnish production is Hans Benson. A non-replicated Danish production in Copenhagen is also planned. Wicked in London. The West End production of Wicked began its rehearsals on July 24, 2006, taking place at the Three Mills Film Studios, one of the few places sufficiently large to assemble the enormous show. The executive producer for the British production is Michael McCabe, who began his career in theatre ticket sales and then joined an advertising firm before founding Michael McCabe Associates in 1989, which specialises in marketing commercial theatre ventures. From there, McCabe's career as producer developed as he moved from the position of marketing director of Mamma Mia in 14 different productions around the world to its associate producer from 1998 to 2000 and 4.31. Since working on Wicked, he has been on the producing team for other shows on Broadway and in the West End. The creative team's goal in London was to replicate the Broadway production, but with the knowledge that there would need to be changes for the British audience. Schwartz has written that for the show's international versions, Glinda's opening monologue needed to be expanded, such as identifying the witch. Hunters who had killed the Wicked Witch of the West and talking about how they killed her, details better known in the United States. Months before Wicked opened in London, reporter Matt Wolfe stated that the commercial chances for the show there seemed strengthened by the creative team's intention to make the political message more obvious than it had been in the original Broadway version. Certainly, there was reason to be concerned about how the public might embrace the show, because the Wizard of Oz stories are more popular in the United States than in the United Kingdom. Broadway producer David Stone has called The Tales part of the DNA of America, 34, and Nicola Christie compared the popularity of L. Frank Baum's Tales in the United States to the importance of Alice in Wonderland in the United Kingdom. One of McCabe's challenges was to make the British public care about this American story. The adaptation of Wicked for the British audience provides confirmation of Bruce Curle's idea that musicals always remain works in progress, with even famous book musicals being altered in subsequent productions because of changes in personnel and audience tastes. Schwartz and his fellow creators might have been able to use the Broadway production elsewhere in the United States and Canada, but in London, substantive changes were required. Photo 8.1. The entrance to the Apollo Victoria Theatre across the street from Victoria Station, where Wicked opened on September 27, 2006, courtesy of the author. The theatre chosen for Wicked was the Apollo Victoria on Wilton Road, close to Victoria Station. The house opened as a cinema in 1932, designed by E. Walmsley Lewis, with decorations inside in an underwater motif. It originally held an audience of 2,500 but closed in 1976. After reopening with the current name, Starlight Express ran there for years following major renovation for the show's huge set, which resulted in the removal of 1,000 seats. The Apollo Victoria reopened in 2002 with 2,200 seats. Serious commercial buzz for Wicked began as tickets went on sale in early March. One journalist reported shortly thereafter that the show will be virtually critic-proof because GBP 100,000 worth of tickets were sold during the first hour that the box office was open, and by 10 March the advance sale had reached GBP 1.7 million. One of the factors driving ticket sales in April was the news that Idina Menzel would recreate her role as Elphaba for the first 4 months of the London run. Her singing was known from the OCR, and the British press provided considerable hype. Baz Bamigboy, a gossip columnist and arts reviewer for the Daily Mail, wrote about Menzel with great admiration, calling her a powerhouse performer, the like of which has not been seen on a London stage in a very long time. 39, Menzel was reimbursed handsomely for her work in the West End, with her salary reported as $30,000 or GBP 16,000 per week, making her the highest-paid actress in London theatrical history. The British press continued to print stories about the coming show through the spring and summer in anticipation of the fall opening, some of them no doubt spurred on by McCabe's publicity machine. Reporter Susan Mansfield interviewed novelist Gregory Maguire and wrote a lengthy article on his work on the novel and his feelings about the musical. A noteworthy moment came when Maguire said that Schwartz told him the following at their first meeting concerning the project: "Your characters have immense moral struggles and they know themselves. They're very passionate. Nothing will be lost by having them rush to the edge of the stage in front of 1,700 people and sing their soliloquies. Most stories can't carry such a thing." The novelist believes that Schwartz's show retains the most important scenes from the novel, especially how we demonize our enemies in order to justify violence against them. This feeling would have played well with many in a United Kingdom growing tired of Prime Minister Tony Blair and his cosy relationship with President George W. Bush in the United States. who was deeply unpopular in the United Kingdom at that point. The identity of who would play Glinda became known in May. As Baz Bamigboye reported on 12 May, Australian actress Helen Dallimore would make her West End debut after prevailing through 8 auditions. She told the reporter how she would try to adapt the role for the British audience. In America, Glinda was sort of a valley girl. Here she'll have an English accent. I believe I'll be playing her like an upper-class English twit. 42. In another report, McCabe commented on his first impression of Dallimore. It was a joy when she walked into the room. None of us knew who she was, and she was absolutely fantastic. 43. Playing opposite Menzel, Dallimore became a memorable presence in the production, praised by most critics, although, as will be shown, there were some who found her singing wanting next to the formidable Menzel. Jasper Rees reported in August that Madame Morrible would be played by noted British actress Miriam Margolyes, perhaps best known in recent years outside of England as Professor Sprout in The Harry. Potter Films and The Wizard would be Nigel Planer, who plays Neil Pye on the BBC comedy The Young Ones and has also appeared in a number of West End musicals. Fierro would be played by Adam Garcia, who had played the role in a 2002 workshop performance but had not been chosen for the Broadway production. Garcia is an Australian actor and tap dancer who has worked extensively in the West End. Photo 8.2, sign on the Apollo Victoria Theatre over the London buses that stop in front of Victoria Station, courtesy of the author. Previews for Wicked at the Apollo Victoria began on 7 September, with the premiere set for 28 September. The show would face stiff competition. In addition to Wicked, Robert Colville reported the following schedule for announced openings of West End musicals: Cabaret, Monty Python's Spamalot Dirty, Dancing, Porgy and Bess, and The Sound of Music, the latter after the successful reality television programme How Do You Solve a Problem Like Maria?, where Connie Fisher had been chosen as the star for the new production. Advance sales for Wicked continued apace. Matt Wolfe noted that they had hit a total of GBP 5 million slightly more than a week before the premiere. Critics provide some details of the memorable premiere on Thursday, 28 September. There was considerable jostling by the audience trying to get into the Apollo Victoria, but Ian Shuttleworth stated that this was because the management had failed to open all of the doors, perhaps trying to create more excitement, if a bit dangerously. The audience greeted Idina Menzel with a roar just for walking on stage, and every major number received extensive applause. Some critics were surprised at how much people in the audience seemed to already know about the show, but fans had surely already learned much through the OCR and various internet sources. A few critics noted that not all of the sound problems had been solved by opening night because they had trouble understanding lyrics, and several complained how loud the music was in the theatre. The London media provided many reviews of Wicked over the next few weeks, and the results were decidedly mixed. Of the 22 reviews consulted from the print media for this study, 4 ranged from mostly positive to rave. 14 included positive comments, but also included major reservations about one or more aspects of the show, and 4 were primarily negative. A number of the critics, even some who panned the show, stated that they believed Wicked would be critic-proof. A survey of their commentary illustrates how the London critical establishment greeted the show, and as a group, they do not seem to have differed greatly from the way New York critics wrote about Wicked. Their favourite aspects of the evening included the production itself and the actors, especially Menzel, Dallimore, and Margulies. Some of the strongest praise went to Margulies, clearly a British favourite, even from some critics who found little to like about the show. Appraisal of Schwartz's score was uneven, from the highly positive to the outright dismissive. 4 reviews appeared on the day the show opened, obviously produced from previews. Sheridan Morley of The Express found Wicked a truly eccentric affair, but he thought the show would do well for its sheer spectacle. 49. Nicolas Dijon, writing for the Evening Standard, was unimpressed by the music, but raved about the experience of a magical mystery tour through the fantasy land of Oz that talks and holds attention. He concluded, "Wicked works like a dream." 50 Patrick Marmion of the Daily Mail enjoyed the production but felt differently about the lyrics and the overall tone of the show. He said Schwartz's texts to the songs take banality to galactic proportions, adding to what he found to be one of the show's excruciating ironies is that while asserting the importance of being earnest, it is wilfully moronic. The Daily Telegraph's Charles Spencer admitted that he had never liked the Oz story, but he called Wicked an unexpectedly witty, enjoyable, though far from flawless show. 52. Spencer found wit in Schwartz's lyrics, and he admired the big, gloopy power ballads that allowed the singers to strut their stuff. He thought that the show deserved more of an audience than just adolescent girls. Critics whose reviews appeared the morning after the premiere ran the gamut from pans to raves. Benedict Nightingale, writing for The Times, concluded, "I'd rather see The Wizard of Oz 20 times than this AirSat show once." 53. Paul Taylor of The Independent enjoyed the delicious Miriam Margolyes, but disliked virtually everything else. Michael Billington in The Guardian offered a more balanced view. He enjoyed the first act, but disliked the moralising in the second act, admitting that the show was performed well with fine actors and included a worthwhile score. His conclusion, however, showed his ultimate disappointment. It seems all too typical of the modern Broadway musical, efficient, knowing and highly professional, but more like a piece of industrial product than something that genuinely touches the heart and mind. 55. The positive reviews came from Peter Law of Greater London, Kent and Surrey Counties Publications, and Siobhan Murphy of the Metro. Law called Menzel quite simply spellbinding and offered this unqualified praise. The musical adaptation of the prequel to the classic The Wonderful Wizard of Oz is chock-a-block with special effects, magical costumes, soaring sing-alongs and witty in-jokes. He was not completely convinced by the story, which he found superficial, and he stated that the line between good and evil never really blurs. 56 Murphy described it as a spectacular show with a heart, this is slick, big bucks theatre that, amid all the hugely expensive special effects and costumes, still manages to be funny, poignant and politically astute. 57. The next set of reviews ran on Sunday, 1 October. Tim Walker of the Sunday Telegraph penned one of the show's most glowing reviews. He believed that it worked on different levels, as blockbuster family entertainment and, thanks to Stephen Schwartz's Sondheimian lyrics, sophisticated comedy and even thought-provoking drama. It's sexy, sassy and sensational. He was most impressed with a musical that manages to be both populist and intelligent at the same time. 58. Mark Shenton of the Express on Sunday had reservations about the show's size and thought it rather overcrowded in the narrative department. It was basically a positive review, however, because he believed that Wicked taps into a genuine public appetite for spectacle, art and heart, and this demanding, sometimes commanding musical provides it in spades. 59. Clifford Bishop in the Sunday Times thought Schwartz's score uneven, but he praised how Winnie Holzman told the story, including the way she used the high school comedy to win a younger, straighter, less sentimental demographic than most other musicals. He concluded that Wicked often succeeds only by defying its own musical limitations. Kate Bassett, from The Independent on Sunday, was impressed with a piece of glittery showbiz harbouring a political message akin to The Crucible, but she found the score bland and the choreography lame. 61. Writing in The Observer, Susanna Clapp was dismissive. If you fancy being bawled at by a woman with a green face and hit over the head by a galumphing moral, go to see Wicked. 62. Georgina Brown of the Mail on Sunday had a similar impression. It's anything but spellbinding. The score is insipid, the production witless, charmless, brainless and tedious. 63. Reviews continued for more than another week. Alistair Macaulay, writing in the Financial Times, called the plots inventive and suspenseful and liked the show's message, but he thought it was best when nobody sang and finally called it fun but forgettable. 64. Jane Edwards of Time Out London provided a mixed review, enjoying Menzel, Dallimore and the effect of the Act 1 finale, but also stating that the ending is a terrible cop-out and, rather like the wizard himself, there's something very conventional lurking behind the spectacle. 65. Mark Shenton, who reviewed Wicked for The Express on Sunday, also offered his opinion in What's On in London, where he declared that the show offered plenty to enjoy, even though there's a better, more intricate and densely layered musical bursting to get out from under the mechanical baggage of this spectacular production. 66. Sharon Garfinkel in the Tribune praised the sizzling production and sterling performances, but still said that she would rather watch the 1939 film because it is not only preferable but far more wicked. 67. Matt Wolfe, critic for the International Herald Tribune, saw the show's potential for the female audience, commenting that it is likely to enchant teenage girls well into their middle age and beyond. He also thought that the London audience was so busy admiring Menzel's performance that they missed Wicked's message. William Russell of the Herald was disappointed that some of the lyrics were covered by the orchestra. He found Wicked superbly staged by Joe Mantello, but the songs are unmemorable, Schwartz's lyrics uninspired. 69. He did enjoy the cast and thought that Friends of Dorothy will adore it. The Sun's Bill Haggerty enjoyed the tremendous energy crackling through Joe Mantello's production, plus a handful of magical performances. The score did not work for him. I've heard more memorable melodies on a mobile phone. 70. Ian Shuttleworth, editor of Theatre Record, commented with surprise about the huge disparity of opinion one noted about Wicked among the British critics. One reviewer gave the show 5 stars and one gave it none. In his own reflection on the show, Shuttleworth found himself liking it more in retrospect. He mentions 2 critics, Nicholas de Jong and Alistair Macaulay, who considered the music the least important part of the show. But Shuttleworth appreciates Schwartz's unashamed tendency towards the idioms of pop rather than those of the contemporary stage musical. He also thought that the show's political message, involving a self-righteous leader, carried resonance for contemporary Britain. Despite the lukewarm response to Wicked from West End critics, the producers clearly hoped for box office magic because they spent GBP 7 million on the production, and the public rewarded their optimism handily. By 6 October, Wicked had sold GBP 5.5 million in tickets. On 23 October, reports showed that the show had the highest weekly gross sales ever in the West End at GBP 761,125, with 18,000 people in attendance. By the end of January 2007, that weekly gross record had grown to GBP 873,020, and the house continued to be 95% full for most performances. A high figure in the West End. Producer Michael McCabe noted in an interview in April that usually 60% of the West End audience was over the age of 35, but they had found for Wicked that 50% was under 35, so they budgeted heavily for online advertising to draw the youth audience and made video clips of the show available on the web. Such efforts helped the show's success to continue, with weekly grosses remaining at GBP 538,000 per week in January 2008, the month that the West End production paid off its original investment. As of June 23, 2008, Wicked had enjoyed sales of GBP 50 million. McCabe and his collaborators found a memorable British actress to play Elphaba, which Wicked patrons started to discover in November 2006. Kerry Ellis first signed on as Idina Menzel's understudy, and her contract stipulated that she would take over the role when Menzel left. The American star began to have throat problems in November, and Ellis went on for her. In December, Baz Bamigboye reported that some fans were going to see the show 3 times per week in hopes of seeing Ellis play the role for Menzel, which she did 9 times before taking the role over herself at the beginning of February 2007. Ellis had previously served as understudy for Eliza Doolittle in Cameron Mackintosh's 2001 production of My Fair Lady, and then she played in the musicals We Will Rock You and Les Miserables. Later, Ellis played Elphaba in the Broadway production from June to November 2008-82, Photo 8.3. Wicked advertising amidst the hustle and bustle inside Victoria Station, courtesy of the author. Press coverage of Wicked and related matters in London remained strong through the holiday season. Edward Seckerson, a noted reviewer of recordings, turned his attention to OCRs as buyers worked on their Christmas lists, and he included Wicked, which had been available as a compact disc for 3 years at that point, but interest had peaked in London with the popular production. He described Schwartz's music as operatic retro-pop and singled out I'm Not That Girl and For Good as examples of the types of songs that Schwartz had written early in his career. In one of those end-of-the-year lists that the press loves, Louise Jury in The Independent provided her version of Theatreland's top 100 players. The top figure was Andrew Lloyd Webber, but Stephen Schwartz made the list, a novelty for a theatre composer who had not to this point enjoyed great success in the United Kingdom for any show besides Godspell. An anonymous reporter placed Wicked in the tradition of British holiday entertainment by suggesting that the show was a good alternative to panto, children's musicals that have been part of British holiday entertainment for decades. This writer hated panto as a child, but noted that Wicked might be good for family entertainment at that time of year because it is a great big, luscious Broadway extravaganza with 2 strong female leads and a lot of power ballads. But there's medicine in with the sugar. He also states that the show has inspired one of London's most fervent cults. 85. The popularity of Wicked with the public was demonstrated to an extent with the announcement of the WatsonStage.com Theatregoer Awards in February. The public's vote named Wicked the best new musical. Idina Menzel won for Best Actress in a Musical. Miriam Margolyes won for Best Supporting Actress in a Musical, and the show earned Best Set Design. Wicked did not enjoy similar success in the Laurence Olivier Awards, the West End equivalent of the Tony Awards. The show was nominated in the categories of Director, Lighting Design, Set Design, and Costume Design, but it did not win any. Wicked was notably missing from the nominations as Best New Musical or in any acting categories, including Best Performance in a Supporting Role in a Musical, an area in which many critics thought Miriam Margolyes distinguished herself. One notes that Wicked's fate in the West End has been quite similar to what has happened on Broadway. The public has embraced the show with open arms, but the critics and theatrical establishment have kept the show at arm's length. In an article that helps place the British Wicked in a useful context, Dominic Maxwell in October 2007 wrote in the Times about what makes musicals run well in London. He noted that theatres in the West End now sell more tickets than are sold on Broadway, and the intense competition in London tends to mean that a show will either be a major success or a flop. There is little middle ground. Examples of recent shows that had disappeared quickly were The Drowsy Chaperone, Daddy Cool, and Menopause the Musical, the first of which was successful on Broadway. Maxwell suggested a number of ways that a producer can help a show do well. The article was written in a tongue-in-cheek style, but was intended seriously, and much of it rings true. In the West End, women often decide which shows to attend, and female group ticket packages are important, so advertising must appeal to females. Maxwell offered that one must be able to explain a show in a single sentence, believing this quality to be more important in London than in New York. He thought this was one of the problems with The Drowsy Chaperone, which he described as entertaining but too complicated to grasp quickly in conversation. A show's logo is important, with the success that Cats had with its 2 eyes being the most famous example. The producers must give audience members a reason to return to the show, and a good way to do this is to bring in stars to play major roles as the run progresses. The initial advertising budget must be huge, in the area of GBP 1 million for large theatres and GBP 600,000 to 700,000 in smaller theatres, with continuing weekly budgets of between GBP 25,000 and 30,000 per week. A producer must set the show's budget without planning to sell out every night. Maxwell suggests that The Drowsy Chaperone would have run longer if the producer had deeper pockets. The cast must remain in top form every night, with someone watching performance quality. He also described how the producers of Billy Elliot leave survey sheets in seats to try to get feedback from the audience. Good reviews are important, but they need not be in the print media. Wicked, for example, derived great word-of-mouth support from an enthusiastic review by Philip Schofield, a trusted host on ITV's This Morning. Maxwell also counselled producers to conceive new ideas on how to market a show, citing the recent use of television reality shows as a way to find cast members. Maxwell closed by saying that a good idea for a show was not as important as the show having a sound structure, a point that Stephen Schwartz has often made. Wicked, through planning or good fortune, triumphed in most of these arenas, and for that reason it has enjoyed a solid run in the tough West End market. Wicked touring production in Kansas City, November 28, 2009. One of the national touring companies played in the Music Hall in Kansas City, Missouri in November and December of 2009. It was the show's second visit to Kansas City and afforded an opportunity to take detailed notes during the show. The following paragraphs include a description of minor staging points that are difficult to remember after viewing the show, some significant moments where the music comments upon the action, and observations on what the touring production is like. The show worked well in this sizable venue, even from near the back of the large balcony. The flying monkeys were on the stage from the beginning of the music, identified in the score as Monkey Groove. One squeaked as he turned the crank that moves the dragon and the remainder of the gear assembly in the front of the set. As Glinda's metallic bubble descended from the fly space, it emitted a profusion of bubbles and lighting effects added to her spectacular entrance. She sang her entire solo passage in the air, finally touching the floor at centre stage at On Your Own. Glinda's narration of Elphaba's conception and birth ensued. As the disguised wizard and Elphaba's mother Melena began their tryst, they embraced but did not descend to the stage floor before she became visibly pregnant. Melena had her back to the audience at centre stage and then turned around ready to give birth. Toward the end of the number, Glinda had returned to her bubble and ascended 8 or 10 feet as she performed her solo line above the chorus. And then, after an Ozian asked her if she were actually friends with the Wicked Witch, she signalled for her bubble to descend and offered the narrative that began the flashback. At the end of this first scene, Elphaba's silhouette, huge in size, appeared at the back of the stage in the reverse clock face. She burst in from the back, ready to start at Shiz University, just as Glinda said that they were very young when they were friends at school. The scene for Shiz University took place in the slightly modified middle of the stage, where most individual scenes in Wicked take place. The staging for the scene included 2 large paintings of a human and a goat hanging from the fly space, and when Elphaba made Nessarose's chair return to her from Madame Morrible's hands, there were various lighting and stage effects, including projected gears and the dragon in motion, showing the clock's participation in telling the story. The smaller orchestra for the tour could not provide adequate presence during the unlimited section of The Wizard and I, especially in the 16th notes that provide the shimmer. The staging of the song, What Is This Feeling?, began with Glinda and Elphaba on opposite sides of the stage, and they remained alone until the chorus actually started to sing. The ensemble came rushing onto the stage in 2 groups, dancing and singing in support of Glinda until the end of the song. In this version, Elphaba actually tweaked Glinda's face at the end of the song rather than just scaring her. An effective moment of underscoring took place in the scene with something bad. Once Madame Morrible had entered and was in conversation with Elphaba and Dr. Dillamond. The instrumental music included material from The Wizard and I, perhaps illustrating that Madame Morrible is Elphaba's ticket to her dreams, not Dr. Dillamond. The cart that brought Fierro onto the stage for the first time in the touring version was small, hardly large enough to hold him. The students sat around on stage with their books, studying, but then discarded these props gleefully as they began dancing through life. The number progressed through several small scenes assembled quickly behind the dancing cast members. The set included panels that often slid in from the sides, decorated with the gears that dominated the set, and such pieces were used in this number to create small areas like Nessarose's room, where she sang to Elphaba as she got ready for her date with Bock. At the Ozdust ballroom, Bock and Nessarose danced together as he pushed her wheelchair around from the back to the front in the middle of the stage, just before Elphaba made her entrance in the black peaked hat. She danced uncomfortably for several moments without music as Fierro and Galinda spoke, and once Galinda joined her, Elphaba allowed her to look foolish, dancing alone for a moment. While Galinda danced, the music began once again, and then Elphaba joined her. For a moment, Galinda's two main friends seemed to challenge her choice as she danced with Elphaba, but then the entire cast commenced doing the Elphaba. As the cast gathered as a group at the scene's conclusion, Elphaba was enjoying herself in the middle, apparently for the moment part of the group. It was notable how silly Galinda acted in Act 1 of Wicked, obviously played this way for laughs, but also perhaps making more dramatic her transition to the more mature Glinda the Good at the show's close. Her antics form a deliberate part of the show's arc, but it is striking that it is such broad comedy. Wicked includes a wide range of expression, which delights some but confuses others, and it might explain some of the negative critical reactions. Many of Galinda's sillier shenanigans took place during Popular, such as her clueless attempts to use her new wand, finally asking if it is turned on. An effective moment in the underscoring came when she placed a flower in Elphaba's hair, and the orchestra played material from I'm Not That Girl, a tune not yet sung. When Elphaba unintentionally used her magic in the classroom to place everyone in a trance in order to save the lion cub, those affected by the spell broke into coordinated stage movement, one of those moments in Wicked that at first might not be thought of as dance, but perhaps included the collaboration of choreographer Wayne Salento. Fierro and Elphaba rushed out with the caged lion cub, and the underscoring before I'm Not That Girl began just as Elphaba ran across the stage to grab Fierro's hand. He had become angry that she would not allow him to speak, and she wanted to prevent him from leaving. As Elphaba sang at centre stage, Galinda and Fierro appeared together behind her, not on a bridge above Elphaba, as happens in the Broadway version. The set included a 12 by -12 array of lights projected on the floor at centre stage, used for various effects during the show in the next scene suggesting a patterned floor at the train station where Elphaba's friends have come to see her off to the Emerald City. Such arrangements of lights appeared several times during the show in various places and at different angles. The cinematic nature of the staging became clear at the end of the scene when Elphaba invited Glinda to the Emerald City with her. And the light array disappeared from the floor, and everything became green in an instantaneous transition to the Wizard's City. A bit of stage action that illustrated Glinda's personality was her curtsy after she announced her new name, expecting applause for her gesture. The Wizardmania sequence illustrated once again how much of Wicked takes place at centre stage. Elphaba and Glinda rushed in to see the show after a curtain descended to delineate the smaller stage. The curtain opened to show the musical segment heard on the OCR as part of one short day. The wizard's large mechanical head and its accompanying contraption then appeared in the same spot with Chistery atop it, where he stayed for much of the sequence. As Elphaba gave the monkeys wings, the stage was bathed in red light. After Elphaba escaped and Glinda followed her, the limited staging possibilities of the touring production were accommodated by having Elphaba take the broom that she finds off stage left to block the door from the guards. The broom then floated back on stage after Elphaba made it fly. The bright lighting that framed Elphaba at the end of defying gravity emanated from spotlights in the auditorium as well as from the top and bottom of the stage area. Act 1 was 92 minutes in length. As Act 2 opened, the Ozians sang Every Day More Wicked, in front of the large scrim that bears the map of their land, and then the scrim opened as a platform came forward for Glinda, Fiyero, and Madame Morrible. This scene, dominated by the song Thank Goodness, included coordinated stage movement for the crowd that came to Glinda's celebration. At the outset of Scene 2, in Nessarose's chamber in Munchkinland, Elphaba appeared mysteriously in her sister's wardrobe through a lighting effect. The accent colour for the scene was red, such as in the upholstery, and Nessarose and her shoes were lit with the colour after Elphaba used her magic to allow her sister to walk. Other staging effects involved box transformation into the Tin Man. After Elphaba cast her spell, he fell asleep in a large chair with his back to the audience, allowing the actor to change costumes unseen. The engagement ball for Glinda and Fiyero followed immediately. It was suggested with orchestral underscoring and brief stage movement before the wizard's mechanical head came forward at centre stage. The audience first saw the side with the head, and then the device turned around as Elphaba entered, suggesting that we were now in the wizard's private chamber. Musical effects that jumped right out of the pit were those that emphasized the vaudevillian nature of the song Wonderful, such as the overdone piano arpeggio on the dominant seventh chord under balloon to set up the next section. Unlike some earlier versions of the script, the wizard did not take possession of Elphaba's broom, which blocked her escape, until later in the song, when the wizard sang a celebration throughout Oz. It was abundantly clear that this had been derived from the wizard and I. The wizard then released the monkeys at Elphaba's request. 2 monkeys appeared in front of the stage, suspended by wires, and more flew behind the bars, while others danced on the stage, and projections of flying monkeys appeared elsewhere, on stage and on the surrounding walls. Elphaba and Fiyero immediately came on stage with a lantern and made their way to the front as Glinda sang, I'm Not That Girl. The couple sang As Long As You're Mine while kneeling in each other's arms. In this tour version, the orchestral accompaniment included considerably less percussion than one hears on the OCR. At the conclusion of the song, a projection across the back of the set showed a house flying, and Elphaba announced that she knew that Nessarose was in trouble and must go help her. Elphaba's arrival at the scene of her sister's death sparked her confrontation with Glinda and their catfight, presented here with Glinda executing similar campy martial moves with her large wand that Kristin Chenoweth popularised in the Broadway version. One might criticise this as another possible breach of tone in Wicked. A physical fight between the 2 main characters ranks as a dark moment, but the creative team chose to play it for laughs, with Glinda twirling her wand in a send-up of martial arts films. Such role-playing, however, is consistent with Glinda's character. If she must fight with her best friend, Glinda will make believe that she has some sort of legendary prowess. Her actions drew many laughs, and the scene did not seem to distract from the act's dramatic progression. After Fiyero arrived to rescue Elphaba from the situation, Glinda encouraged her friend to flee as well and picked Elphaba's hat up and tossed it to her before she left. While Elphaba sang no good deed, the staging was memorable. There were monkeys on stage with her at the start of the song. Air was blown onto centre stage to make her clothes move, and the lighting changed colour. Bright lights from the floor shone in Elphaba's face. In the next scene, back in the Emerald City, the song continued as March of the Witch Hunters. Boke sang his 2 verses from stage left. When he revealed why the lion would like to kill Elphaba, one only saw the animal's tail as Boke tried to pull him into view. Everyone on stage froze, while Glinda and Madame Morrible discussed the cyclone, with movement resuming after Morrible finished telling Glinda that she must pretend to take part in the crowd's desire for blood. Schwartz managed a lovely, nuanced moment in the scene where Elphaba received the message from Fiyero and allowed Glinda to believe that he was dead. As Elphaba read the note, the wicked motive sounded in the winds. At this point, it appeared that Elphaba's fate had been sealed, and the motive seemed to bring her journey to a close. A striking image from later in the scene occurred during For Good, sung at centre stage and partially lit from behind the large clock face at the rear of the stage, casting the clock's shadow across the floor. This backlighting occurred elsewhere in the show as well, but here it was richly symbolic of the passage of time and how events beyond their control have affected their friendship. Dorothy threw the bucket at Elphaba and melted her behind a curtain with the event backlit and viewed as shadows on the curtain. The sequence happened quickly, and then the wizard's throne room had already been set up a bit stage right of the melting, so that Glinda and Chistry could move the curtain and Glinda could proceed immediately into the throne room. After the wizard's departure, Glinda removed Madame Morrible from her position, but in this version she only spoke condescendingly to her former mentor. Without the American Sign Language, Kristin Chenoweth used to spell out Prison in the Broadway version. In the final scene, Glinda and Elphaba were on stage at the same time, but were unaware of each other. As they sang a bit of For Good, Glinda was about halfway up in her bubble, and Elphaba was centre stage on the floor, just before she and Fiyero departed through the clock face as the show ended. The second act in the tour version was 60 minutes in length. Chapter 9. Wicked in context, meaning and wicked. Most forms of entertainment operate simultaneously on more than one level. One's perception of the various strata will depend on maturity, level of sophistication, and life experience. Explored in Chapter 1, for example, were possible interpretations of L. Frank Baum's The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. Children will be satisfied with the fantasy itself, the way that the story tickles the imagination. Those interested in the influence of history on American literature will be drawn to Baum's possible allegory involving William Jennings Bryan, and American populism of the 1890s, and postmodernists find possible feminist, gay, and environmental perspectives, among other possibilities. Clearly, a work that offers such a variety of possible interpretations will appeal to more people in the long run, and remain meaningful to future generations. The same applies to works in musical theatre. Shows commonly include treatments of positive themes that resonate with a large segment of the public, much in the same way that Hollywood studios churn out films that provide the feel-good experience that many anticipate at the local multiplex. Often these themes are buried in the fibre of a show, behind the story that first greets the audience. Scholars use these subtextual themes to compare shows that at first might seem quite different, as may be seen in Raymond Knapp's The American Musical and the formation of national identity, among other studies. For example, under Knapp's section entitled Defining America, in various subcategories Knapp approaches Little Johnny Jones, The Cradle Will Rock Oklahoma, Guys and Dolls, The Music Man, Hair and Assassins, and there is a similarly diverse list of musicals under Managing America's Others. Such larger themes help determine what might be called a show's shelf life. When a musical is about something that we continue to celebrate or recognise, it is more likely to remain in the repertory. One common theme in musicals concerns the formation and maintenance of a community, certainly an important theme in American history, which has been filled with tales of immigration and settlement. In each of these new places, people, often from diverse backgrounds, have had to sink new roots and discover how to form a community. Diverse musicals that have somehow celebrated the formation or maintenance of a community have included Oklahoma, Brigadoon, Wonderful Town, Godspell, Cats, and The Lion King, to name but a few. Another broad, significant theme in the history of almost any country is generational change. Both the way that cultural values pass from one generation to another and how a younger generation changes traditions advocated by parents and grandparents. Shows that have approached this theme have included The King and I and Fiddler on the Roof, musicals that treat other major themes as well, but in both, life changes as the torch passes to a new generation. Another favourite message in musicals is the importance of dreams and goals in one's life, a theme treated in Man of La Mancha and Joseph and the amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. Given the significance of race in American society, it is hardly surprising to see race and ethnicity as significant themes in American musical theatre. Knapp includes Showboat, Porgy and Bess, West Side Story, and Fiddler on the Roof in his consideration of these themes, but to that could be added South Pacific, in which Rodgers and Hammerstein confronted race in the United States just before the Civil Rights era. The other, a person or group that does not fit comfortably in mainstream society, has been a frequent topic of musicals. Stephen Sondheim, for example, has made the other a central presence in most of his shows, as one can see in the title character in Sunday in the Park with George, or in any of the main characters in Assassins. In Andrew Lloyd Webber's Phantom of the Opera, the title character also is misunderstood and living outside of society. The theme of making the best use of each day may be observed in On the Town, Carousel, and Candide. In each show, the theme is approached differently, but it is a significant part of the core message. A theme of social criticism that has appeared in several musicals is how we rely on celebrities and their portrayal in the media to help bring meaning to our own lives, which one sees in such shows as Chicago, Evita, and Hairspray. A theme in many shows is what one might call the redemption of love, with couples overcoming adversarial conditions to be united just before the curtain falls. But in these shows, one person in the couple has been redeemed by love or saved from a darker nature, such as Harold Hill in The Music Man, removed from his shady career as a con man by the love of Marion Peru. Which of these themes are of special importance in Wicked? The most important is probably the other, obvious in the character of Elphaba, who does not fit in because of her unusual colour and becomes a victim of racial prejudice. Elphaba dreams of doing something important, but she does not succeed. Wicked includes a statement of the possibility of redemption by love in the relationship between Fiyero and Elphaba. Fiyero is at first infatuated with Glinda, but he falls in love with Elphaba and shows her how to move past her odd colouring and love herself, and they end the show together happily despite adverse circumstances. It is an unusual take on the dream of happily ever after that is so common in musical theatre, but it allows Elphaba's fans to cheer for her at the end of the show. More than most shows, Wicked carries themes that involve moral and political commentary. Some have found that load too burdensome or believe it to be unconvincing in a musical that also includes a substantial amount of comedy and light moments in the score, but others have described the show as refreshingly serious for a musical. Wicked's creators did not shy away from controversy or political interpretations. The wizard is a tyrant who has united his adopted land by making the talking animals into a group of scapegoats, and his apparently sincere desire to serve as a surrogate father for the Ozians does not disguise his brutal methods. He might be compared to any strong, divisive leader, but the wizard's actions bear resemblance to the liberal interpretation of President George W. Bush and his administration as they pursued policies that led to the Second Iraq War. The show could not have been inspired by that event, however, because Wicked was well on its way to full creation by the time the United States invaded Iraq on March 20th, 2003. Elphaba's advocacy for the talking animals makes her one of Broadway's more memorable agitators. The wizard and Elphaba are the most politicised major characters in Wicked, but others are involved as well. Glinda spends most of the show as an ambitious apologist for the wizard, willing to overlook egregious acts while pursuing her own agenda. Glinda even takes part in the terror campaign when she is at her most vulnerable, suggesting to the wizard and Madame Morrible that they use Nessarose to lure Elphaba out of hiding just after she has lost Fiyero. Madame Morrible works shamelessly with the wizard, encouraging his excesses and willingly performing some of his dirty work. Dr. Dillamond is the victim of oppression who is already a member of the despised group, and he further places himself in harm's way by speaking out. We discover the wizard's soft side when he is unable to have the goat put to death, and Dr. Dillamond's mute presence at the wizard's palace stops Elphaba from joining forces with the wizard in Act 2. Fiyero finds himself transformed by Elphaba and her cause, drawn to this outcast rather than the popular Glinda, and joining his new love's crusade. These political and moral considerations drive the plot, motivating characters and influencing their actions. There are other major aspects of the plot, such as the friendship between Glinda and Elphaba and their romantic triangle with Fiyero, but the competing visions for Oz advocated by the wizard and Elphaba cannot be minimized. The character of Elphaba makes no sense without her cause, and Glinda's journey from a superficial, ambitious young woman to the humble Glinda The good at the curtain is in reaction to her friend and what Elphaba has taught her about the wizard. The moral and political conflict also mandates the wizard's departure, Madame Morrible's arrest, and the self-exile of Elphaba and Fiyero. Wicked's uncompromising dependence on this struggle over politics and morality is rare in Broadway history and places it in interesting company in the genre's history. Deep River was a vivid, realistic portrait of the life of Creoles and African Americans in 1835 New Orleans, far ahead of its time and probably unsuccessful, at least in part, because of its progressive nature. Showboat constitutes an interesting comparison with Wicked because of its serious attention to racism and the relationship between the races in the South between 1887 and 1927. For its time it was bold, but politics are more important in Wicked than in Showboat. Politics played a huge role in some shows of the 1930s when the Great Depression caused leftist writers and directors to use the musical theatre as a tool for social criticism. Of the I Sing and Let 'Em Eat Cake by George and Ira Gershwin, George S. Kaufman and Maury, Riskind both included political satire, perhaps making each show's political components more important than what occurs in Wicked. Let 'Em Eat Cake had more of a sense of bitterness and was not successful. As Thousands Cheer by Moss Hart and Irving Berlin was another satirical success, poking fun at the economic troubles and political foibles of the time. Pins and Needles, a review produced by the International Ladies' Garment Workers Union at the Old Princess Theatre, renamed the Labour Stage Theatre, was decidedly leftist, but it also included sufficient humour to run for 1,108 performances. Perhaps the most political musical of the 1930s was Mark Blitzstein's The Cradle Will Rock, created by the Federal Theatre Project, but the controversy it engendered caused its ban by this New Deal agency, and the show, which resembled communist agitprop theatre, ran independently in memorable fashion. The political content of some musicals in the 1930s exceeded what one finds in Wicked. Politics became less important on Broadway after the 1930s, but one still sees shows that are forerunners of Wicked. Rodgers and Hammerstein wrote serious musical plays, but made more use of real human emotions and dramatic situations than political commentary. Perhaps their most political shows were South Pacific and The Sound of Music. Both of the couples in South Pacific are affected by race, and the captain's aversion to Nazism in The Sound of Music is an important plot point that was downplayed in the popular film from 1965. West Side Story was a show based in the contemporary reality of racism, juvenile delinquency, and gang wars. The creators emphasized social commentary rather than politics. Cabaret was rooted in German politics of the early 1930s, with many references to the growing power of the Nazis. Various fractures in American society in the 1960s boiled over on Broadway in Hair, a musical bathed in the politics of youthful rebellion that rivals Wicked in terms of its plot's dependence upon politics. Stephen Sondheim's musicals include rich emotionalism and often cynicism, but politics is not frequently a major presence in his shows. Assassins includes many political references, but Sondheim's real intention in the show is to explore the other in the lives of people who felt they had been denied the American dream and then acted out by shooting a president. A show that includes considerable political commentary, for which Stephen Schwartz wrote the lyrics, is Rags, which was based on the plight of Jewish immigrants in New York City before World War I. It ran 4 performances. If Wicked should be considered a mega-musical, it includes more political meaning than most other representatives of this genre. Andrew Lloyd Webber has shown far more interest in emotional stories and religious symbolism in his shows, but Evita involves Argentine politics and Juan Perón's heavy-handed governance. Politics and morality appear more prominently in the shows by Claude Michel Schomburg and Alain Boublil, with the fervent revolutionary zeal heard from many characters in Les Miserables, and the attention paid to children fathered by American soldiers during the Vietnam War in Miss Saigon. Unlike Wicked, however, where politics drives the story, one can imagine Miss Saigon, with its strong plot based on Puccini's Madama Butterfly, without such emphasis on Amerasian children in Vietnam. Another way to assess the unusual amount of thought-provoking material in Wicked's plot has appeared in the book The Wicked Truth, When Good People Do Bad Things by Suzanne Ross, a detailed application of the show's situations and themes to the philosophy and theories of René Girard. A historian and scholar of French literature, Girard came to the United States in 1947 and earned a Ph.D. at Indiana University in 1950. His teaching career has taken him to Duke, Bryn Mawr, Johns Hopkins, SUNY Buffalo, and Stanford, and he is one of the founders of the Colloquium on Violence and Religion. Girard's work has embraced moral philosophy in reference to how people and societies unify against those identified as enemies. According to Ross, he defines myths as stories that get told by winners to deliberately conceal losers' story. 7 winners have the opportunity to tell what they see as the truth, thereby hiding the loser's or victim's story. A society may be unified by identifying a scapegoat who will be sacrificed for the greater good. According to what Ross calls the sacrificial formula, once society has identified a goal that it believes to be good, then any means, even those of oppression and violence, can be justified. Those who have invested in this thinking believe that there are 2 types of violence: good violence, which good people direct against bad people, and bad violence, directed in the opposite direction. Girard insists that all violence is bad, and that the ends never justify the means, and that once a society has decided to use violence against those it has identified as evil, the society will likely be using the same methods that it associates with those that are evil. Suzanne Ross found Wicked to be an ideal object lesson for Girard's ideas. The wizard came to Oz, found himself in power, and consolidated his position and the people's unity by identifying the talking animals as scapegoats. Because he has convinced the Ozians that the group is evil, he can justify any persecution or violence directed at them. Madame Morrible has embraced the wizard's thinking fully, which in her mind justifies Nessarose's murder so that they can bring Elphaba out of hiding and capture her. Elphaba spent the early part of her life worshipping the wizard and hoping she might work with him so that she could change people's feelings about her, especially her father's. When she discovers that the wizard has no magical powers and that he needs her more than she needs him, she vows to destroy him, seeing the world from within her own. Myth and believing that violence against the wizard will be justified because he is evil, just as the wizard and Madame Morrible believe that whatever they must do to capture Elphaba is justified. At the end of the show, Fiero's suffering and Glinda's insistence allows Elphaba to remove herself from the myth she created and see that violence against the wizard cannot work. She has come to resemble the one that she hates. Glinda begins the show as one who fully embraces her own myth and understands how to use it to ensure her own power and popularity. As she learns more about the wizard and the truth about the talking animals, she manages to move outside of her myth and remove the wizard and Madame Morrible from their positions of power in Oz. This is what Elphaba had wanted to do, but the fact that she had become one of the Ozian scapegoats made it impossible for her to accomplish it. Ross covers all of these points, and others with copious details, referencing almost every facet of the plot and frequently quoting the script and lyrics. It is remarkable to see how Wicked can be approached with such a fine-toothed comb in what is basically a treatise on moral philosophy. The creators of Wicked wrote a musical, but in the process they also presented archetypes of human thinking and behaviour, the likes of which have inspired thinkers like René Girard, interpreting the main characters and female empowerment. A scholarly article on Wicked that has drawn considerable attention and comment is Stacey Wolf's Defying Gravity, Queer Conventions in the Musical Wicked, which appeared in the Theatre Journal in 2008. Wolf described how the show utilises the conventions of the traditional musical, certainly the focus of a creative team that includes Schwartz, who has patterned most of his shows after the genre's usual expectations. Wolf focused on the duets between Elphaba and Glinda, which she believes make the two friends a queer couple because their relationship, developed within the songs, follows the arc of many heterosexual couples in musicals. Wolf noted how traditional musicals often present a story in which the lead man and woman progress from an adversarial relationship to lovers. An obvious example is Oklahoma, where Curly and Laurie haggle through unresolved issues in the songs The Surrey with the Fringe on top, and people will say we're in love in Act 1, but by the end of the show they have met at the altar. Wolf traced the relationship between Elphaba and Glinda from What Is This Feeling?, which demonstrates their adversarial relationship, through For Good, a song of reconciliation, where Wolf saw a queer marriage between Elphaba and Glinda that, given the political situation in Oz, can only take place in private. Wolf carefully stated that she was not suggesting that Elphaba and Glinda are lesbians, but that the way their relationship is portrayed marks them as a musical couple as surely as Curly and Laurie are in Oklahoma. Wolf believed that the show infuses the formula with newly gendered and queered content and relationships that are in large part responsible for its enormous theatrical and financial success. 14. Theatrical scholarship frequently includes possible readings of a musical, and Wolf's essential argument that Elphaba and Glinda can be seen as a queer couple is a possible interpretation given the number of songs that they sing together, the content of those songs, and Elphaba's obvious identification with the other that is so much a part of queer theory as applied to musicals. Wolf does, however, introduce a few inaccuracies concerning the story and the music. She opened her article by declaring the queer nature of What Is This Feeling? Because of the way the passage that starts, with the title text sounding like two characters falling in love, but then the feeling turns out to be loathing. However, in the opening recitative, Galinda is clearly upset by her roommate and her colouring, and Elphaba dismisses Galinda by using blonde as an epithet, providing the segment of the song that Woolf found so revelatory with a different meaning than she suggested. The author also offered that Galinda alters her name to show how much Elphaba has changed her. I have not seen this suggestion in any script draft, nor in the final version, where it is clear that Galinda drops the first A from her name in hopes of impressing Fiyero, whom she perhaps sees as potentially drawn to Elphaba. Just a few moments later, Glinda declares to Elphaba that it was silly to change her name. Woolf described Elphaba's unlimited motive, and how Glinda shows her understanding of her friend because they both sing Elphaba's signature phrase in several different songs. The unlimited material, however, appears in The Wizard and I, Defying Gravity, and the introduction to For Good, as well as some purely instrumental versions. In the first song, only Elphaba is on stage. In Defying Gravity, the Green Girl sings the unlimited material alone. After it, Glinda does not sing until the line, If We Work in Tandem. In For Good, Glinda does not sing until the actual song starts. Elphaba has a solo for the entire introduction alone. In Defying Gravity, Woolf also offered that after Elphaba and Glinda sing the unlimited motive together, the two sing in tight harmonies to the last line of the song, 19, but Elphaba has extended solo passages late in the song. The author labelled I'm Not That Girl, a powerful number that might debunk her designation of Elphaba and Glinda as a queer couple, as a slightly nauseating and conservative male-centred choice in a show that otherwise privileges women and their strength and autonomy. 20. And for Woolf, what was most important about the song is how it links the women because they both sing it, rather than how it shows their desire for a heterosexual relationship with Fiyero. Woolf found that the staging of As Long As You're Mine demonstrates the song's unimportance because the two characters are kneeling, a weak position as opposed to Elphaba soaring. At the end of Act 1 and Glinda making her initial entrance from the fly space, and she also cites the song's in specific lyrics, quoting from the first several lines. Their position on stage also might suggest that they just made love, a possibility suggested in the second scenario from November 21st, 1999, that resulted from the collaboration of Schwartz, Holzman and Mark Platt. In addition, the lyrics that Woolf quoted do lack specificity concerning the relationship between Fiyero and Elphaba, but later in the song, Elphaba celebrates, lying beside you, with you wanting me, and they both sing, I'll wake up my body and make up for lost time. In the language of popular song, these lyrics suggest sexual activity, although some may disagree with Woolf's classification of Elphaba and Glinda as a queer couple. Woolf convincingly described Wicked's theme on the empowerment of women. She stated that the show's most powerful political statement is that two women form a primary relationship and sing and dance together. 23. She went further in her final conclusion, hoping that Wicked might simultaneously please its audience and guide them to want a queer and feminist Broadway musical theatre. 24. In another article, Woolf substantively explored the show's girl power theme. It is obvious to state that Wicked empowers women, but this is a difficult concept to quantify or qualify. Woolf made something of an attempt to do so in her article Wicked Divas, Musical Theatre and Internet Girl Fans, which appeared in Camera Obscura In 2000 and 7.25 she covered some of the same ground there that she did in her article on queer conventions, but she also looked in detail at websites with chat boards where young fans of the show had posted messages concerning Wicked. Woolf noted that many of these young women were interested in careers in musical theatre, meaning that they identified closely with the performers who have played Elphaba and Glinda on Broadway and in other productions, and they commented, sometimes at length, concerning their feelings about a particular actor in a role. They also stated whether they were personally more like Elphaba or Glinda, or if their personality were a combination of the two. Woolf described the stage door ritual that some of these young fans observed and how they reported on meeting the actors afterward. It is not hard to discover how much young women like Wicked because one hears the delighted screams at performances, but Woolf approached this aspect of the show with insight in her article. Stephen Schwartz has stated that the show was certainly not geared toward trying to attract any specific segment of an audience, be it teenagers or any other. 27. By luck or by design, however, Wicked has certainly reached the teenaged female audience. If I may be permitted some personal commentary, I have had the opportunity to see Wicked through the eyes of a young woman who has explained to me why the show means so much to her. My daughter Caitlin was born in 1994 and fell in love with L. Frank Baum's books as a young girl in Kansas. She discovered Wicked as a tweener in 2005 when her father began to study Stephen Schwartz. She has had the opportunity to see Wicked 4 times, and the compact disc that we share of the show was one of the first discs she put on her iPod. She knows the score well. Her enthralled reaction to Wicked emanates from how it interacts with one of her favourite stories and how much she loves the music, but also from the deep level with which she identifies with the characters. She states simply that she knows those characters and could be one of them. She can easily point to friends with personality traits of Elphaba, Glinda, and Fiyero. Despite the fact that the story is a fantasy, its characters seem real to the show's young fans, a tribute to how well Winnie Holzman was able to render Elphaba and Glinda in their friendship. The story includes some of the rituals and experiences of the teen years, dances, makeovers, crushes, best friends, popularity, and ostracism, bringing a welcome touch of reality to the fantastic world of Oz. Baum's stories have never been this realistic or this hip. The process is assisted by Schwartz's score, which includes several songs that young fans love. Teenaged fans are unlikely to name female empowerment as one of the reasons that they like Wicked, but it is difficult to cite another Broadway show where 2 female characters have such important roles and where the roles they play are so important in the society represented in the musical. The entire show revolves around Elphaba and Glinda. Indeed, there are few moments when at least one of them is not on stage, and almost every action by the less important characters in some way involves one or both of the women. They are also 2 of the most important figures in Oz, rivalled only by the wizard, and by the end of the show he has lost what power he had. One can usually gauge a character's importance in a musical by the number of songs in which the person is involved. A remarkable aspect of Wicked is how many of the songs are sung by women. Text box 9:1 summarises the characters that sing or speak during the music in each of the major songs, including the 19 on the OCR plus The Wicked Witch of the East. The information for this text box came from the piano vocal score, not the OCR, meaning that some characters are named below that are not heard on the OCR, which does not include all of each number. The 8 characters considered major for the purposes of this text box are Elphaba, Glinda, Borque, Dr. Dillamond, Fiyero, Madame Morrible, Nessarose, and the Wizard. Text box 9.1 main characters who sing or speak during the music for each major song in Wicked. Act 1. No one mourns the Wicked. Glinda, Wizard, dear old Shiz, the Wizard and I, Elphaba, Madame Morrible. What is this feeling? Elphaba, Galinda, something bad. Dr. Dillamond, Elphaba, dancing through life. Fiyero, Galinda, Bock, Nessarose. Popular, Galinda. I'm not that girl, Elphaba. One short day, Elphaba, Glinda. A sentimental man, Wizard. Defying gravity, Elphaba, Glinda, Act 2. Thank goodness, Glinda, Madame Morrible, Wicked Witch of the East, Elphaba, Nessarose, Bock. Wonderful, Wizard, Elphaba. I'm not that girl. Glinda, as long as you're mine. Elphaba, Fiyero, no good deed, Elphaba. March of the Witch Hunters, Bock, for good, Elphaba, Glinda. Finale, Glinda. Wicked is not a show for those who only wish to hear male characters involved in musical numbers. Text box 9-2 shows how many major and minor appearances each main character makes during the most important musical numbers in the show. A major sung segment is defined as at least a verse or extended segment of a song where a character sings a solo or duet. Minor participation is only a few sung or spoken lines at some point in the number, sometimes including lines spoken over underscoring. Text box 9.2. Number of major sung segments and minor sung or spoken lines for main characters in Wicked. BOQ, 3 major sung segments. Dr. Dillamond, 1 major sung segment. Elphaba, 11 major sung segments, minor participation in 4 numbers. Fiyero, 2 major sung segments, minor participation in 3 numbers. Glinda, 10 major sung segments, minor participation in 4 numbers. Madame Morrible, 2 major sung segments, minor participation in 6 numbers. Nessarose, 2 major sung segments. Wizard, 3 major sung segments, minor participation in 1 number. The score of Wicked is a study in female empowerment. Elphaba and Glinda dominate the singing in Wicked, with 21 major sung moments between them, and the female characters have 25 such moments, as opposed to 9 for the male characters. When moments of minor participation are factored in, the score is 39-13 in favour of the female characters. The only songs dominated by male characters in the show are Something Bad, the opening of Dancing Through Life, A Sentimental Man, and Wonderful, and 2 of those also include major participation by Elphaba. Fiyero starts Dancing Through Life, but many characters and the chorus have important parts as the song proceeds. All 3 of Bock's sung moments are major, but each is part of a larger number. If empowerment in a show comes from participation in musical numbers, Wicked must be one of the most female-dominated shows in Broadway history. The mega-musical. The term mega-musical has become accepted by the Broadway audience and scholars. The most complete study of the concept is The Mega-Musical by Jessica Sternfeld, and she includes Wicked as a prime example of the 3rd generation of the mega-musical that combines elements of its ancestors. with a current sensibility. 29 Sternfeld describes the show's forerunners in the genre in great detail, including such works as Cats, Les Miserables, and Phantom of the Opera. For Sternfeld, a typical megamusical is based upon an epic story that is often set in the past, is sung through, has large and complicated sets, and is full of special stage effects, and is publicised as an event that one must experience rather than as just a show. Sternfeld continues her definition with the requirement that megamusicals make a great deal of money, often internationally, and that they tend to find mixed success with critics. Wicked seems to correspond to the majority of Sternfeld's definition. With its association with The Wizard of Oz, it is a fantasy from the past, and the story has epic qualities with events that determine the fate of its fictional world. The show is not even close to sung through, having long dialogue sections, but also extended musical scenes of considerable power. The sets are large and complicated, but outside of Elphaba's flight at the end of Act 1, the show has few moments where the set seems as dominant as in Phantom of the Opera or the huge interlocking towers on either side of the unforgettable stage where Les Miserables took place on Broadway. Sternfeld does refer to the dragon that juts out from over the stage, the many gears and the show's flying monkeys, but these parts of the set and other effects do not overwhelm the human element of the show. Wicked certainly corresponds to Sternfeld's definition in the area of publicity, and, as shown in Chapter 8, it has become an international phenomenon, but not to the extent of the three iconic megamusicals named above. Wicked has been greeted with huge financial success and has had a mixed critical reception, the latter shown in Chapters 7 and 8. Sternfeld summarises some of the reviews of Wicked, noting the objections of such critics as the New York Times' Ben Brantley, but in her own commentary she suggests that there are sufficient elements within the show to feel a human presence. While noting that the plot is quite complicated, she states that it does carry the audience from the comic numbers to the emotional peaks and back again. 33. She praises Elphaba's progression, as the character gradually embraces her supposedly wicked side between her makeover in Popular and the end of Act 1, with defying gravity. Sternfeld believes that some of the show's success derives from the inclusion of humour. An earthbound comedic tone set earlier makes Elphaba seem like a real person, not an idealised romantic heroine, so that by the time she belts out these high notes she has reached the top but not gone over it. 34. Wicked will forever be known as a mega-musical. As Sternfeld suggests, the show's financial windfall has been partially due to the way the story and characters have imprinted on the audience, including the girls whose posts on the web were studied by Stacey Wolfe. The show's mixture of an effective score, a satisfying story based on one of America's favourite fictional tales, compelling stage effects, and realistic, touching human elements with which audience members identify has helped make it popular. This group of successful factors has not impressed critics in the same way that it has audiences, a condition that Sternfeld observed in several megamusicals. A question arises: who is right, the critics or the audience? Critics naturally see more shows than the average audience member, but their own expertise about theatre varies. In the end, a critic offers one opinion, the audience offers many each night. The critic's opinion is easy to document because it is published, the public's opinion can only be viewed in aggregate by looking at how many tickets a show sells, how many productions finally open around the world, and how many tours are launched and for how long they run. Broadway history is often told through the critical lens. We use reviews to try to understand why shows succeed or fail and to gauge the contemporary reaction. This study itself has included a generous sampling of Wicked reviews from both New York and London. Perhaps, however, it is time to recognise in our Broadway histories the ephemeral nature of reviews, the one-sidedness of the opinion, and how it reflects a stance from the past. One could suggest that the major story on Wicked now is not the mixed opening night reviews, but the millions who have enjoyed the show since 2003. Their delight with the show was in part made possible by the rigid sense of self-criticism applied to developing the music and literary material by the creators, an effort that has been documented in this study. If one wants to believe the adoring audience, perhaps an appropriate yardstick in the unapologetically commercial world of Broadway, it would seem that the strenuous efforts by Schwartz, Holzman, Platt and others were worth it. Appendix. Notes on the Wicked December. Appendix. Notes on the Wicked December 2000 and one workshop video files on YouTube. As a musical conceived in the digital era, it is inevitable that files of Wicked during the period of its genesis would appear on websites such as YouTube, where they would be popular with anyone interested in the show's earlier versions. There are two ways to look at these resources. If all one wishes to do is compare these audio files with the OCR or with the show, as it appears in theatres today, the comparisons are fairly obvious for anyone who knows the recording or the show. However, when the goal is to try and place these excerpts into the creative history of the show, as developed in chapters 4 and 5 of this study, problems emerge. The YouTube files were identified on the site as from December 2001, which would most likely indicate the major reading that month on the 14th rather than the less important reading on the 7th. Stephen Schwartz and his assistant Michael Cole were not certain that the YouTube files emanate from the 14 December reading. Both state unequivocally that Idina Menzel played the part of Elphaba in these files, and 14 December was her first major reading in the role. Schwartz, however, did not believe that the narrator's voice was the person that he knew performed in that reading, and he also was not sure if the actor playing Dr. Dillamond was correct. Because he knew that Menzel is on the recordings, however, his best guess is that the files were from December 14, 2001, unless it was a later reading in Los Angeles. The material about these files below was compiled in January 2010 when the files were available on YouTube. They have since been removed, but they transmitted useful information about the show's genesis. The script and songs performed on the files were not identical with any sources consulted for this study, but most of the songs and the spoken lines were at least similar to the November 21, 2000, and one script and score for the chorus, made available by Michael Cole, analysed in considerable detail in chapters 4 and 5. That source, however, only included chorus parts from Wicked, meaning that there was considerable material on the YouTube clips not available in this source. The audio files, however, were not identical to the November 21, 2001 source, perhaps reflecting changes that Schwartz and Winnie Holzman made to the script and score between 21 November and 14 December, when a great deal of work occurred on the show. The files studied on YouTube in January 2010 included the following numbers, described below more or less in the order that the songs appear in the show. The way that the files were numbered on YouTube could not be reconciled with the usual order of songs. The following descriptions focus on material in the clips that does not appear in the show today. No One Mourns the Wicked. This lengthy segment was in 2 audio clips. Unfamiliar lyrics from the opening of the song began Ring Every Bell, a way of celebrating the Wicked Witch's death that Schwartz later deleted. Madame Morrible delivered the wizard's orders on how the celebration should proceed, including burning effigies of the Wicked Witch. Madame Morrible announced the official time that the witch died, instead of Glinda, as in the Broadway version, and she also stated that the witch slayers were in the palace for their rewards. Morrible traced the Wicked Witch's path to wickedness by pointing to an arrow on a map of Oz, a silly moment that also appears in the November 21st, 2001 script. The Scarecrow came out of the palace to make a statement, describing the witch's writhing and how the moon turned green. The Scarecrow then sang No One Mourns the Wicked as a solo with some different lyrics and no choral answer. Glinda then appeared. Someone quickly asked her if she were the Wicked Witch's friend, and both she and Madame Morrible answered the question. Morrible said that they both knew her before her true wickedness was really known, and Glinda offers that the Wicked Witch did not intend for things to end this way. Morrible put a different spin on her statement, and then Glinda sang No One Mourns, with an interjection by Madame Morrible. Glinda started to tell Elphaba's story, as in the final version, but here Morrible interjected that Elphaba had every advantage, including her father as governor of Munchkinland. The flashback then began. Frex, Elphaba's father, appeared to start his annual tour of the provinces, and then the familiar tableau of Elphaba's conception and birth began. The remainder of this opening number was similar to what is described in the Yellow Brick Road, Not Taken segment of Chapter 5. Making Good? This file opened with Elphaba singing her unlimited material, apparently to Nesseros at the train station before they leave together for Shiz University. Much of the remainder of the song was similar to that described as part of the Yellow Brick Road, Not Taken in Chapter 5. Popular, this rendition was fairly similar to the final version of the song, with a few interesting additions. Galinda at one point asked Elphaba if she might be able to borrow her sister's lovely shoes. When Galinda turned Elphaba to the mirror to tell her that she is beautiful, the underscoring was from the accompaniment to I'm Not That Girl, as in the Broadway score. I'm not that girl. This file began from the point where Elphaba points out to Fiyero that he is bleeding, and then went much like the final version. After Elphaba sang the song through the first time as audiences know it today, the scene changed to the train station with Galinda begging Elphaba to come home. With her for the break over underscoring from I'm Not That Girl, but Elphaba insisted that she needed to help Dr. Dillamond with his experiment. The train left, and then Elphaba sang what is known today at the end of the song, the final time through the A section where she repeats, Don't wish, don't start. As if by magic, this file was very similar to the version from the Yellow Brick Road Not Taken. Dear Old Shiz. This rendition included the music known from Dear Old Shiz on the OCR, but with different words for Dillamond's funeral an event deleted from the script following San Francisco. The words here were slightly different than those in the Yellow Brick Road Not Taken. One Short Day. This song appeared in 2 files on YouTube, the first very close to the song as it appears. In the Yellow Brick Road Not Taken, but with some differences in the contrapuntal section, where the main tune combines with Wizomania. The second file, One Short Day, was corrupted and would not play fully, but it was musically similar to the song in the first file. A Sentimental Man. This rendition was much shorter than the version in the Yellow Brick Road Not Taken, including only the first 13 measures. Defying Gravity. This file bore considerable resemblance to the Broadway version. The opening material between Elphaba and Glinda, and then Elphaba's first time through the song, was similar, and then a guard demanded that the door be opened. Elphaba started chanting from the grimoire, and Glinda tried to make her stop, and the song's continuation sounded fairly familiar to those who know the OCR, but with some different lyrics. I couldn't be happier. This file was corrupted, and one could only hear the first 2:22 of the promised 7:49, which was similar to the November 21st, 2000, and one script described in Chapter 4. But Glinda's lyrics were different than that source, changed to the material about the fairy tale plot as heard in the current stage version. Material from this scene later became part of Thank Goodness. We Deserve Each Other. This segment appeared in 2 files on YouTube. Schwartz and his collaborators made many adjustments to this second act scene between Elphaba and Nessarose, but in this excerpt it was notable to see how much of the final version was there nearly 2 years before the show opened. Elphaba opened by telling her sister that she had used every possible spell to try and help the talking animals, but Nessarose interrupts her to say that she needs her sister's help, singing material close to what made it in the stage version. Elphaba opened the grimoire and started to chant, causing her sister's shoes to glow red. Nessarose walked, called Bock, and sang some of We Deserve Each Other until Bock saw Elphaba, who hides, unlike in the final version. Bock sang familiar material to those who know the Broadway show about how he must go to the Emerald City to tell Glinda how he feels about her, and Nessarose had a similarly savage reaction as she does in the stage version. Bock then sang material later cut in a desperately high range about how he would like to see them parting as friends, but Nessarose put a nasty spell on him to try to make him love her. Elphaba returned to the scene in time to see Nessarose's spell take effect, and Elphaba chanted another spell to save Bock's life. While she put on the spell, Nessarose sang another verse to the We Deserve Each Other music, but with different lyrics than those heard today. In the second file, Bock has been turned to tin, and Nessarose blames it on Elphaba. Bock ran out screaming before Nessarose sang material unknown today about the girl in the mirror, an unhappy version of herself, concluding with We Deserve Each Other, suggesting that she will remain in the governor's palace with the man she loves who is now made of tin. This entire scene is similar to the November 21st, 2001 script. Wonderful! This file was fairly similar to the November 21st, 2001 script, and also shared a good bit of material with the stage version. The wizard referred to himself as a Kansas hick rather than cornfed hick. His dialogue with Elphaba was quite different than what is heard today. He explained what happens to animals where he lived before Oz, singing a waltz about how he has kept the animals from the axe and the sausage grinder. The file ended suddenly as the wizard tossed Elphaba the key to the monkey's cage. Just for this moment, this is an alternative title for As Long as You're Mine. The rendition started with Glinda's brief reprise of I'm Not That Girl. The song between Fiyero and Elphaba had the same lyrics as the November 21st, 2001 script, lyrics that changed substantially before the stage version. Catfight. This was a scene of dialogue where Glinda and Elphaba argue and fight at the site of Nessarose's death, only to be interrupted by the wizard's guards and then Fiyero. It was reminiscent of the November 21st, 2001 script, No Good Deed. This song was fairly close to what one hears on the OCR, but with some different lyrics that also appear in the November 21st, 2001 script. There was also another version from a workshop labelled No Good Deed that began with the guards putting Fiyero on the poles in the cornfield before Elphaba sang the same version of the song. March of the Witch Hunters. Much of this rendition sounded familiar, combining material known in the Broadway version with some that appears in the November 21st, 2001 script. The main difference that does not appear in the show today is that Dorothy and her three friends from Oz appeared, for good. This opened with dialogue heard in the 21 November script, and the song was very much like what appears on the OCR. Finale. This file opened with Glinda ordering Madame Morrible's arrest, as in the 21 November script. The major difference between this version and what one sees in the theatre today was a scene with Fiyero and Elphaba together in the Badlands. Elphaba sang to Dr. Dillamond, trying to help him learn to speak again. As noted in Chapter 4, this was a scene in the show that Schwartz fought to retain, but Joe Mantello opposed it.